strong? Do you ever think that maybe you're the one that's wrong? Do you ever lay and cry when you hear your favorite song? Another summer come and gone. I remember dirt in the hands, sheets of our plans, not going nowhere as fast as we can. I remember kisses from heat, haven't felt for so long. Another summer come and gone. Oh, the sun's leaving. If I close my eyes, it never happened at all. Oh, the sun's leaving. Oh, another summer come and gone. Do you ever think back, baby, when you were young and strong? Do you ever think that maybe you're the one that's wrong? Do you ever lay and cry when you hear your favorite song? Oh, another summer come and gone. Do you ever think back, baby, when you were home alone? Do you ever think that maybe you're the one that's wrong? Do you ever lay and cry when you hear your favorite song? Another summer come and gone. Summer come and gone. Another summer come and gone. Summer come and gone. Another summer come and gone. Summer come and gone. The leaves are turning faster with no sign of slowing down, and the birds fly south so winter comes with the snow to blanket the town. The midday skies are clear and blue with a cool breeze in the air. You bundle up all nice and snug with something that's warm to wear, and the midnight sun is gone away with the fall colors to show. A time to think on memories of the time I used to know. All is quiet with no one round, but your voice is singing loud. So sing away so all can hear
Well, I try to think them away, but nothing could keep them at bay. And the time I fight, they come right back. Yeah, seems nothing would stop them or last. You can look back, you can choose and accept it all. Try to feel it, don't try to fool it. You can do and accept it all. Your fear is bound to fall. Your fate is bound to love.
Sometimes the world moves too quickly, and I know it's not like the earth is turning slow. I'm already gone, but we both know I can't sleep alone, or at least I won't. The way I really furiously. Do good, it'll do good. It'll all do good. Do good, it'll do good. It'll all do good. Do good, it'll do good. It'll all do good. It'll do good.
Kick my feet up, watch the sunset. Now I'm done relaxing. Time is chasing after me. I need a little substance. Not sure where it's headed, but I know it's going somewhere. Take a cab and don't look back. I'll move through all the silence. Now I'm colder than the weather. Steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better. Steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dough rise. In another world I'd have control of my mind. Can't seem to get it through that things I do but on my own time. People waiting, slowly fading. The mirror's telling me I got to grip it right in front of me. Secure the seat and don't release the opportunity. Now I'm colder than the weather. Steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better. Steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dough rise. It's passing hours dancing. How the hell am I still standing? Keys are rusting. I'm not playing. Melodies are in
Yes, I'm here.
All right, we can hear you. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get started in just a minute. Yeah.
The increase in AP charge-out cost,
Yep.
does that affect, like, churning and arm?
No, that's only for special events.
Okay.
Like, and it hasn't been increased in 7 or 8 years, and it just doesn't make
I was
sense.
just wondering, I notified them on it.
Yeah, no, it's when you call up and say, hey, we want police. It'll, like, the All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Tonight is April 9th, 2024. It's 5:10 p.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Member Myers,
Here.
Member Martinez,
Present.
Member Rivera,
Present.
Member Johnson,
Here.
Chair Constant,
Here.
Vice Chair Zolotel, here, Member Bronga,
Here.
Member Voland,
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley,
Here.
Member Salt,
Here.
Member Presverdia.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to invite the ROTC group from PYLI and from Diamond High School. Please come forward. You can turn the microphone on there with the green button. Thank you. That's it.
Ready? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And next, we'll have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Terrell, would you please, oh, and the youth member, you're here. Thank you. So would you please read the land acknowledgement?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the land that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather here today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Next on the agenda, we have minutes from previous meetings. There are none tonight. The mayor's report, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. It's been a very busy few weeks, and I have several exciting things to share tonight. The cherished weekend market is making its return to downtown Anchorage at the Chinook lot. The absence of this market has been greatly felt by downtown business owners and residents alike. Its reinstatement in the heart of downtown promises not only a boost for local businesses, but will also enrich the experience for tourists visiting our great city. This achievement required considerable effort from numerous individuals, and I want to express my thanks to everyone involved, with special recognition to ACDA, particularly Mike Robbins and Melinda Gant, for their dedicated efforts in making this happen. Now, the grand opening of Block 91 Flats in downtown Anchorage marks a significant milestone. This project was years in the making, and it exemplifies the success of the downtown property tax initiative aimed at fostering more housing developments like this in our city center. ACDA played a pivotal role in bringing this project to fruition, showcasing the power of public-private partnerships in advancing our community. With 48 affordable housing units, Block 91 Flats addresses a crucial need in the heart of downtown Anchorage. These units cater to a diverse range of professions, including bartenders, lawyers, nurses, many of whom contribute to the vibrancy of downtown Anchorage. A special acknowledgement goes out to Sean Debenham at Debenham Construction, then to ACDA and all other contributors who played a vital role in making this housing project a reality. In more good news, the second Mayor's Job Fair is this Saturday at the Sullivan Arena. Building on the success of our first job fair in January, which had over 90 vendors and 500 job seekers in attendance, we anticipate another successful event this weekend. We encourage both job seekers and employers to take part in this event as we aim to foster opportunities for employment and economic growth within our community. On April 4th, an Alaska Air Transit flight successfully landed at Merrill Field using the newly implemented GPS approach with vertical flight path guidance. Despite challenging weather, they landed safely and prioritizing procedural excellence and community safety by avoiding the neighborhoods. This is a major milestone for Merrill Field and emphasizes the power of technology and commitment to innovation in ensuring safer skies. Major thanks to Deputy Municipal Manager Colby Hickel for leading this effort. Earlier this afternoon, I had a press conference where I announced the retirement of Police Chief Michael Curl and announced incoming Police Chief Bianca Cross. Chief Curl has served the Anchorage Police Department for nearly 28 years, and I am extremely grateful to his service and dedication to the department, and I wish him all the best in his retirement. Chief Curl told me in December that he would be retiring in April. He has never called in sick. He cashes in his PTO at the end of each year, and he has given everything to this department for nearly 28 years. It is time now that he turns his time and attention to his family, and I thank him as a friend for his outstanding work. I am confident that Chief Designee Cross will be an excellent leader. She has not only a very impressive resume, but she is greatly supported by the rank and file of the department. I'm looking forward to working with her moving forward. In closing, we have a packed agenda tonight to include quite a few late-on-the-table items. I know a lot of work goes into addressing late-on-the-table items, so I want to express my sincere thanks to all municipal employees who've contributed to these efforts here tonight. Our municipal employees work very hard every day and deserve our appreciation. That is why it is so disappointing that we learned of recent reports about bullying in the workplace, and I know the Assembly is having a special Assembly meeting next month on this matter. Bullying is not allowed at the municipality, and I encourage everyone to familiarize themselves with Policy and Procedure 40-37 about bullying in the workplace, and should they need a reminder about what kind of behavior is tolerated and not tolerated. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Yes, there is a special meeting scheduled to discuss personnel matters relating to the Department of Law. And I can say that the perception that was stated in the letter is not necessarily the reality that everyone else experienced in the room, but we will have a conversation. Now, Chief Curl, this is the chair's report. I want to say thank you personally for your life of service to this municipality. And I'm not so pleased with the abrupt departure and the reality behind the conversation and the pretty stories that were being told. I know that Anchorage is a better community because of your service. I know that we've seen a lot of very challenging times together, and you've seen many more than I've been around. And so with that, I have much gratitude for your service. And I do welcome the new nominee, appointee for the Chief of Police, Captain Bianca Cross. As many know, the Chief of Police is a tough job, and it takes an incredible fortitude to step into this role. And so I'm looking forward to reviewing the qualifications and experience of Ms. Cross and having some robust conversations about her positions and perspective on the helm of the police force going forward. It's a $130 million organization. It takes a lot of experience to lead, and I look forward to learning about that experience. Next, I'll speak about our youth representative. Mr. Terrell has been an amazing youth representative, and also Jake Matthews, who stood in as the alternate. And tonight is his last meeting with us as a member of the body. Both of them have served honorably over the past year, and I thank them for their service. The job of youth representative is a lot of responsibility, requires a lot of long hours, including late nights on the assembly and on school nights. Both Jesse and Jake put in a lot of hard work and did a great job representing the youth of Anchorage in our policy discussions at assembly meetings, and they've helped members of our community know more about issues and events of importance to our young people. We will all miss working with you, but hope to see you in future endeavors and wish you the best. But I also know that you have some policy proposals coming forward, so we look forward to seeing what you do with us even after you depart. To any other youth in the community, we are recruiting. Recruitment is open for the youth representative for the 24 to 25 school year, and the position now includes a small stipend to make it just a little more affordable to make all of these meetings and get around town and be present. You can visit the youth rep page on the Assembly website or go directly to ancgov.info/youthvoice. Again, ancgov.info/youthvoice for more information or to apply. The deadline for applications is April 30th. We look forward to having the candidates to review. Next, on the Assembly's annual progress report. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to share the Assembly's annual progress report at the Anchorage Chamber Make It Monday Forum. The Assembly, with thanks to some members of the administration and our partners in the community, saw progress in all of our 2023 priorities, including advancement of the Port of Alaska modernization, passage of several initiatives to spur housing development, expansion of the fire department mobile crisis team despite vetoes and other actions, and supporting the police department mobile intervention team, the passage of the online checkbook to create an online dashboard of municipal spending, and nearly 100% recovery from FEMA of the funds we have spent on the pandemic, thanks to Alden Thurn, our CFO, who did an amazing job in bringing sanity to a system of failed accounting. Our priorities in 2024 include continuing our work on housing action and the port modernization, as well as strengthening the municipal workforce, which is suffering greatly at this point in time, and ensuring delivery of quality municipal services and advancing public health, safety, and the quality of life for all of the community. You can learn more about the Assembly's 2024 priorities at muni.org/assembly. Now I'd like to give a brief report on our state legislative request for shelter. Over the past few months, the Assembly has been working very hard to secure a targeted funding request to the state legislature for $4 million to keep our shelter operating year-round. Thank you to Ms. Brawley for doing the lion's work of getting that message out to the legislature, returning time and time again, producing the documents that traditionally would be produced by members of the administration, but in the vacuum of the effort of the administration, Ms. Brawley has stood in the gap. And in fact, the efforts that she took managed to move a $4 million no vote in including the project into the state budget to a yes vote on reconsideration. So again, thank you. Without state funding, the municipality will be forced to close the 56th Avenue shelter on May 31st because we don't have the resources to operate this facility year-round without making other cuts. In fact, we have an item on the agenda tonight that, again, should have been developed by the administration that would fund shelter through May 31st, but instead, the administration abdicated its responsibility and left it again to members of the Assembly to provide the source of funds to make that fund possible. So I'm glad that we have on the agenda tonight the means to fund the shelter through the end of this season, thanks to the Assembly. I want to thank Representative Josephson, particularly in the legislature, for bringing forward an amendment in the Finance Committee to add funding to the budget, and to Representatives Colomb, Galvin, Hanan, Ortez, and Edgman for voting in favor of the amendment. And it was very dramatic because it failed once and then it was brought back weeks later and it passed on second attempt. We're thankful for the House Finance Committee for supporting this important ask that the state share the cost of a statewide problem. We're hopeful it will remain in the budget, but we know it has a long way to go. Passage by the House, next on passage hopefully in the Senate bill, and then inclusion in the final 25 budget, and then surviving any potential veto action by the governor. So it's a long road ahead, but I have hope because of the hard work of members of this Assembly, the chair of the Legislative Committee who has been spearheading our efforts. Finally, I'd like to highlight the exemplary work of the municipal elections team. Our nonpartisan election officials are committed to making Anchorage the best place to vote from home, and they're doing a really good job. At this point, more than 70,000 residents returned their mailed ballot package by Election Day last week, making up over 95% of the ballots received at the MOA Election Center. Those remaining few came from the 3 Anchorage vote centers that opened for the week before the election. It takes a lot of hard work by a dedicated team of professionals to pull off secure elections. And they're about to do it all over again. Our municipal charter requires that the mayor be elected by at least 45% of the vote plus 1. When the election is certified by the Assembly on April 23rd, it's not likely, the numbers are done, that anyone will achieve the 45%. So the elections team will kick off a runoff election for voters to elect our next mayor. Here's what to expect in the runoff election. You can still update your registration if you have changes, if you've moved, if you want to be registered and you aren't registered to vote if you're 18 by the April 30th or May 14th. You can register to vote by April 14th, even if you weren't registered for the regular election. So please, if you're interested in participating in the future of our community, register to vote. Next, you can sign up for ballot tracks, which will give you a text and email updates on the status of your ballot from when it leaves the mail house to when it's delivered to your house to when it's scanned across the voting machine, and then ultimately if it's counted or not. And if it's not counted, you'll get a message that tells you how to correct it. I really love this feature. You can sign up at anchoragevotes.com. I get an update when my ballot is on the way, when I've received it, and when it's counted. You can too. Next, if you have other questions, please visit muni.org/elections to learn more about the Election Center and find resources you might need, including links to register, track your ballot, tour the Election Center. Ballots will be mailed for the runoff election on April 30th, and they must be returned by May 14th at 8 p.m. As always, we'll have 3 options to return your ballot: by mail, at a drop box, or at an Anchorage Voting Center. And if you have some challenges, you're out of town, you can contact the Voting Election Center at 907-243-VOTES and make arrangements for alternative means to vote. Voting local hits really close to home. This is where we can really make a difference. Your local business, your family, your neighbors, your roads, all rely on your voice in this election. Please exercise it. Finally, boilerplate announcements. This is a business meeting. We have plenty on the agenda to work through. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, pacing, keeping signs 8.5 by 11 or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share, please hand it to the clerk up near the front. If a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. If the disruption persists, you may be asked to leave. With that, we will move on to the next section of our agenda, which is the addendum to the agenda. Excuse me, you're right. Committee and liaison reports. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. The last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee was held on April 4th, and we had a robust discussion on the upcoming, or the home initiative, thanks to the presentation from Member Brawley with support from Member Voland. And the information from that presentation is also available on the CEDC website. That's available on the Assembly webpage. We also had a conversation around the reorganization of our legislative agenda. And one of those items that we talked about, just for public insight, is some of the post-policy cleanups. And what does that mean? It means when sometimes legislation is passed, the difference between what we vote on and the implementation could be different. And so the intentionality behind legislation that the Assembly passes has to then go to the implementation process, the different departments. And sometimes things take post-policy cleanups to be able to get those outcomes aligned to the intentionality of the original legislation. So it was really good to hear about some of those post-policy cleanups that we expect to move some of those tonight, and coming forward on some other items with respect to the tris and the triplexes and the fourplexes. And so that's really good to see, both that the process of developing good policy works, but then also that there's a proactive staff that helps to work through those post-policy cleanups. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next Housing and Homelessness Committee will be on next Wednesday, April 17th, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. Among other items, we will have a presentation from the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness on the update to the community plan to end homelessness, also known as Anchored Home 2.0. In addition, I'd like to, as the chair already did, thank the Alaska State House for your affirmative vote to add, well, at least the Finance Committee, we'll see about the full floor, to add $4 million into the operating budget to allow the cold weather shelter, the 200-bed congregate shelter at the former SWS administration building, to be operated year-round. I'm sure others will say this, but I think we need to continue to be vigilant and advocate for these dollars throughout the rest of the legislative session, so that so that Juneau addresses a truly statewide problem that has a focal point in Anchorage. With regard to the Municipal Audit Committee and the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, our annual audit, the latest update I received was last week with an updated timeline of completing and submitting the ACFR. So the new timeline is the end of April, which is what I shared with the Assembly, but it's also been extended a little bit to the first week of May. So I am hopeful that that timeline will not continue to change. As I receive any further updates, I'll make sure that I get that to the body and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson.
Nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Ms. Zolotil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will be on April 18th from 11 to noon at City Hall. 2 items. The first is the status of the port with regard to cargo terminal number 1 and the upcoming contracts. We are entering into the time that the RFP will be put out on the street, and that pushes us closer to construction of those cargo terminals, but there's lots of steps in between. And then the second item is a briefing from the citywide cleanup program through Solid Waste Services. And just a note for May, just because it's out of the ordinary, but items of considerable interest is the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee meeting will be on the 16th, but a special meeting will be held the next day at 10 a.m. to specifically take up the design of Cargo Terminal 2, as well as the economic analysis, which would talk with, which is, the intent is to advise us on whether or not we should expect to see greater demand for our port to justify any potential changes. So I just want to give everyone a pretty far advance heads up on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. The Health Policy met on April 3rd. We had VOA come to visit again with Alyssa Bish and Julia Louie. They reiterated the challenges they are having providing therapeutic youth service to the youth with co-occurring mental health and substance abuse issues. They explained the youth mental health crisis that we are going through in Alaska, with the sharpest rise in suicide rates being 11 to 14-year-olds, which is horrifying. The disparity in rates paid by Medicaid for youth care and adult care is making it difficult for them to survive. They run the Arches inpatient program on Highland Drive, and they are now the only inpatient drug and behavioral health facility left open in Alaska. They're seeking $300,000 to keep their doors open. And we've had conversations with Director Rash about what we might do about that. Paula Valdez also came to tell us about the Narcotic Drug Treatment Center. It's a nonprofit opioid outpatient drug treatment center that treats heroin, opioids, pain pills, and fentanyl. They've been operating for 50 years, and they're currently treating 243 people and can accommodate up to 350. We had our usual extremely detailed report from the Anchorage Health Department. They have it down to a 21% vacancy. They told us about Safety Patrol having 849 intakes last month. WIC has 3,657 participants. They help to coordinate the fruit and veggie program, Swaddle Me bags, with Kids Corps, and have in the last month distributed 2,194 condoms. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And I just one note, I think VOA isn't inpatient, it's residential, but that's a difference without a distinction for most. So, Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Anchorage Assembly Transportation Committee of the Whole will be on April 17th. That's a Wednesday at 1 p.m. in City Hall, Conference Room 155. We will hear standing reports from AKDOT, Municipal Traffic, the Planning Department, Public Transportation, and AMAPS. Additionally, at that committee meeting, I will be presenting on my proposal to prohibit right turn on red in the central business district and exploring some other options as far as that goes. So I hope the public can tune in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to do these in reverse order, what I usually do. First, for the Legislative Committee, the committee met on Wednesday, April 3rd. We had a briefing from our lobbyists on the current state of the FY25 state budget, as well as a number of other legislative items we're tracking, and we were able to discuss some specific bills as well. We'll get to one of those later in the meeting. And also just to echo the thank yous to the State House and really to all of our Anchorage legislators for really being champions for our priorities, especially that $4 million in funding. We have said many times that is our one big priority, of course, not to the exclusion of other issues like education, but in terms of the municipality's priority, it is very, very important, so we are going to continue to monitor that. And thank you again to everybody who's been working on that. And then our next meeting of the Legislative Committee will be Wednesday, May 1st, City Hall 155, 1 p.m. On the Budget and Finance Committee, that committee met on Thursday, March 21st. And then, of course, one of the big responsibilities of that committee and really of all of us on the body is dealing with first quarter budget revisions. So we have received a copy of the budget less than an hour ago. It was a laid on the table item that we will be putting on the agenda shortly. And we will be having 2 work sessions on the budget. The first one will be this Friday, April 12th, and I will double check the time very briefly. It looks like it is 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Again, Friday, April 12th, that'll be downtown at City Hall. And then we have our second work session on Friday, April 19th, just a week later, also from 1 to 3 p.m. So we will be looking at the budget that we just received. And then also just to note, I know this will come up a bit later as well, we are looking at, given the delay in receiving the budget and then also the, other financial issues that have been discussed in other meetings, that we are looking to slightly delay action on the first quarter budget revisions to probably right at the end of the month. So I will leave more details to that later, but just a heads up to the public so that you do have actually have time to review the budget along with us. And then the next meeting of the actual Budget and Finance Committee will be Thursday, April 18th, 12:10 to 1:10 p.m., City Hall 155. And I believe those are my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia.
No update tonight, thank you.
All right, so that then brings us on the
Mr.
agenda.
Chair, if I may?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Terrell.
No worries. So hundreds of Alaskan students, including many ASD schools, participated in a 40-minute walkout last week. This was against the veto of SB 140, and this 40 minutes was symbolic for the 40 votes needed to override the veto. This was a House bill in support of a number of it was support the Alaskan schools and would raise the BSA. And then additionally, today is my last meeting, but I've learned a lot and feel very privileged to have served, and I'm very excited to see where the position goes next. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. All right, now finally to the part that's been looming in my head, the addendum to the agenda. So before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to address the laid on the table items, which incorporates all of the many, many, many laid on the table items for our agenda tonight. For items that are not supplemental, items will have to be addressed through our laid on the table procedure, which means an affirmative vote of at least 8 members and an explanation that immediate assembly action on these items is required because of financial necessity, natural disasters, or because time.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mayor.
Mr. Chair, are you talking about motions to introduce items as well for 8 votes?
Excuse me, it's your point of order. If you're asking the question, it's really a point of information. If you believe some rule has been broken, that's when you make a point of order. So if you're interested in asserting that I have broken some rule, now's the time.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if your statement that 8 votes are required to introduce an ordinance is...
I actually didn't say an ordinance, but 8 votes are required to lay on the table a resolution, and our laid on the table procedures for ordinances are different. But again, it doesn't change anything. They have to go through this procedure. And so If and when we get to the point where there is something you disagree with the process, please make a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So the first item is 10B3, Resolution AR 2024 unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly extending an agreement between Solid Waste Service and Anchorage Health Department for the use of the former Solid Waste Services Administrative Building at 1111 East 56th Avenue to be used by the Anchorage Health Department as congregate shelter services at the congregate homeless shelter. This item will require 8 votes. Turn to me first. Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to disclose as Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition and Homelessness, I've previously not participated with regard to items related to emergency cold weather shelter. May I please be excused?
Yes, in this case, we'll make a determination. You do have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this vote. You are excused. So is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Who would like to tell us why this is a time-sensitive vote from the administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have members from the Health Department here who can speak to this, but the quick summary is that the current lease expires on April 30th, and we would like to extend it for that period of time. Thank you.
So we have a regular meeting scheduled for April 23rd, I believe. Is it not true?
I presume you do, yes.
Our 2024 meeting schedule, we have a regular meeting on April 23rd. So the question is this time sensitive, that there's not an opportunity to get it completed before such time as the terms of the previous contract expire?
Alexa. Ms. Rash, could you help answer that question? Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Kimberly Rash, Anchorage Health Department. And so we are laying this item on the table so that with the extension of the Henning contract, both can be approved the same night. And that's why it is laid on the table today.
Which item is the Henning contract?
It's
10C2, okay.
Just earlier on in the
all right.
Agenda.
Thank you. So it's in order to keep it contained with the contract extension. Okay. Any discussion from the members on this item? Does it meet the sufficiency? It's an 8-vote requirement. Members may proceed to vote. You'll have to call.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
On a vote of 8-2, that item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10D32, which is AM unnumbered change order authority increase to CCL General Contracting for the Municipality of Anchorage Maintenance and Operations Department for canopy repairs at the former Golden Lion. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. From the administration, who's ready to tell us why? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'd like Mr. Colhase to speak to why this item is timely.
Thank you, Member Zalatel, through the chair. This is timely because asbestos, let me back up, this is a project to reconstruct the canopy at the Golden Lion, which was damaged during the cold weather when a water-based fire suppression system broke and damaged some infrastructure there. When the repair contract was issued, the contractor discovered asbestos in the wallboard, so that asbestos needs to be remediated. This change order would allow us to remediate that, and it's essential, it's highly desirable that this work start immediately. This would allow the work to start tomorrow.
Ms. Alto.
Thank you. Mr. Colhase, why does this work need to start tomorrow versus the 24th of April, which would be after our next regular meeting?
Well, I think it's in the interest of the neighborhood. We've received comments and concerns about the delay in construction on the project. It would also help the residents of the building be able to more easily access the building, not have to work around this area. Thank you.
One last question, if I may. Why didn't this make the agenda or the addendum?
I don't know the answer to that. I can find out. I don't know the answer.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? For my part, I'll just say we have come to a point where it's now a convenience to lay items on the table, and it's important for members to understand why the rules are how they are. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
On a vote of 5 to 6, that item is not laid on the table. We welcome it to be introduced on our regular agenda. Next, we have item 10E7, which is AR 2024 unnumbered, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $240,000 of opioid settlement revenues to the Opioid Settlement Fund 207000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for shipping sprung structure to shelter homeless individuals and provide navigational support services for people seeking treatment. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned in a previous item, I am the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. However, I don't know or have any information with regard to a plan for the sprung structure. I believe this item is actually one of potentially two steps. One is whether or not to bring the sprung shelter to Anchorage, and then the secondary question would be what to do with it. I think there's a tertiary question here of what to spend opioid settlement funds on, and I do not believe I have a conflict, personal or financial interest in any of those three items.
Thank you, and I would rule just because this thing describes that that's the purpose that it's for, the actual purpose is to fund the transport of the shelter structure, the tent to Anchorage from Tacoma, and I don't believe at this point that the Assembly has made an opinion that we would use these dollars or we would use this structure. In fact, I believe the Assembly's been very clear, so I'm going to rule there is no conflict on this item. Anyone wish to challenge that ruling? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on. Next, is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Moved by Mr. Salt.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Myers. Is there any discussion? Ms. Brawley, I see you in the queue.
Yeah, I would like a rationale for why we would take action on this tonight from the administration. Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Brawley, we're, as I believe members know, we're currently paying $5,000 a month to store the building, and shipping it up here sooner rather than later would allow us to set those storage charges in advance. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, through what day are we currently paid up on this item?
I apologize, Member Brawley, I missed your question.
I was saying, what day are we paid up on this item? Does the payment end tomorrow?
Through the chair, I don't know. I believe Lance Wilbur's in the audience. He may know the specifics. I don't know if he does, but Mr. Wilbur, if you'd mind coming up to the podium, thank you.
Mr. Wilbur.
Green button. Through the chair, Ms. Brawley. The Assembly passed a appropriation, and we are set to, we have the available funding to pay for the rent in its current location, I believe, through the end of June.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion, Ms. Alto?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd urge my colleagues not to lay this on the table. I think we really need to hold the line for immediate Assembly action that is required due to financial necessity. So it'd be different if our payment were to expire as soon as tomorrow or before the 23rd. A natural disaster or when time is of the essence. Right now, this feels like it is being brought and laid on the table for convenience. Thank you.
Anyone else? On this vote, members may proceed to vote.
Member Johnson?
No.
I'm sorry, I haven't been calling you youth member. On a vote of 2 to 9 and the youth member votes?
No.
No, this item fails to be laid on the table. Next, we have item 10F6. 10F6 is information memorandum, unnumbered, Government Hill Community Council resolution regarding the Seward Glen Connection PEL study proposed alternatives. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Mr. Volland has
Second.
moved. Ms. Zalatel has seconded. Mr. Volland, would you tell us why it's time sensitive?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the only resolution from a community council to date that I'm aware of on the Seward Glen Connection Pell, and I just wanted to get this on our record while that comment period remains open. I believe it's set to expire very soon. Thank you.
I might clarify slightly. It actually closed yesterday, but the department gave us authority to submit if it came through tonight.
My understanding is the way that that was framed in the work session was that if that was comments on behalf of the Anchorage Assembly
I see.
rather than an individual community council. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Because you're already in the... Zalatel.
Thank you. And so this was discussed at a different community council last night. Community councils have until this week to submit comments, but it would the time would expire prior to our next meeting.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what's the nexus between us possibly laying this item on the table, possibly approving it today, and the comments that I believe are due to the state? What's that nexus there? Connect that for me, please.
Mr. Volland.
Sure. Yeah, I thought this would be helpful just to have them as a matter of public record and, for my colleagues, but also for the public to see and perhaps could inform our comments that go forward to the state.
If I may follow up.
You have the floor.
And yeah, I don't mean to be nitpicky, but I will be. So what difference between us laying this on the table today and then having it on the regular agenda for April 23rd? What is the substantive difference between the two?
If I may, Mr. Chair. So as we prepare our comments for the 23rd, knowing those that have been accepted by this body and are a part of our record, I think are easier for reference, and they're easier for reference in our own comments. We can then cite to the Government Hill Community Council. Unfortunately, there are no others at this time.
Okay, and if I may, just a final comment. I appreciate that. I don't think, though, we need to lay this item on the table for us to reference a resolution that was approved by a community council. We can reference any resolution that we want to, whether it's something that we have before us or not. So I appreciate your all's arguments. I just think it's a little bit weak, so I'll be voting no.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, actually, I was going to offer that it would help write a letter, but I think that, I hate to say it, but Mr. Rivera is right. So, I hate to say it because I want it adopted and I want it submitted and all of those things, but logically, I think there's anyhow, Mr. Volland.
So I guess I don't understand then because of the way that community councils meet and because community councils, I think, it is difficult for a lot of people to track these processes and to go to these workshops and to be part of the public process. And we have agreement from DOT to accept our comments after the deadline. But community councils often will have to notice a resolution a month in advance and then take it up at a subsequent meeting, and then so I guess we could reference any community council resolution, but how does the wider public, I think with this is such an interesting project because it has the potential to impact so many different community councils, particularly in my district. And so how does Rogers Park know what Government Hill thinks, knows what Fairview thinks, knows what all these different parts, and so that's why I thought it would be helpful to actually have on our record so that everyone can kind of have that information when they're putting together their own resolutions or their own comments. So I don't know. I think that it's difficult timing sometimes for community councils to get their comments in the record timely, and that just kind of is what it is. So I would support laying this on the table so we can accept it, and then it'll be in that public portal of assembly documents too that can be referred back to over time. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I don't want to belabor this, but I guess a couple points that I heard. One is that there's that it would make it easier for community councils to coordinate if it was on our agenda. I think practically speaking, this is not going to make it on the portal until at least tomorrow because there's just a delay. Us laying it on the table means we have a physical copy of it. We have it in our email. It doesn't mean that the public can see it easily unless they're in this room right now. The other point is I think community councils can speak with each other, and really the whole network of community councils is set up so that they coordinate. In fact, they often reach out to each other, share information, and we have never been the clearinghouse for that, the assembly. And so, so again, I have to agree with Mr. Rivera. I think to the extent that we have major laid on the table items that I also wish were not laid on the table tonight, but we still need to deal with, that I think that this one would be perfect to submit to our next regular agenda so that it's in our record. Thank you.
Mr. Terrell.
Yeah, I think it's just important to note, not to make hypocrites of ourselves, that if this resolution is not of the absolute essence, then we probably shouldn't have declined the others before this. So I think that is just important to say.
I'll put myself back in briefly at the end just to add that I think the way that it would, for me, have been worthy of voting yes is when, if it had a letter that was from a member or myself, and I just didn't have time to write a resolution that would be submitted as comments from the assembly and the deadline was tomorrow, then it would be sufficient in my opinion. So that's the difference. I think the line is fine, but anyone else? Members may proceed to vote.
Member Johnson?
No.
So on a vote of 3 to 8 in the youth member votes,
No.
no, this item is not laid on the table. Next, we have an ordinance. This one is not subject to the 8-vote requirement. It's A 10G15 AO 2024 unnumbered, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 8, Chapter 8.30 to enact new Section 8.30.123, establishing criminal penalties and enforcement mechanisms regarding prohibited camping within the municipality.
Move to lay on the table.
Before that happens, Ms. Altel is excused from this. Go ahead. And I have a motion by
Second.
Mr. Salt and a second by Mr. Myers. Is there a third?
Third.
Third by Ms. Braga. That item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10G16, and I think it's 10 through 10G. Yeah, they set the public hearing for April 23rd. The next 4 items, actually 5 items, are budget items, and they're all laid on the table. And some of them are ordinances, some of them are resolutions. I'm going to ask Ms. Lechner to come down and just brief us on why they're laid on the table, why time is of the essence, and we'll do it one time for all items, so we don't have to do this every time. So Ms. Lechner, we're going to be speaking on items 10G16, 10G17, 10G18, 10G19, and a supplemental AIM relating to 10G19. And the microphone's off. There you go.
Is it on?
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time is of the essence with these items because of the need to introduce the items before the Assembly's work session, the work session with the Assembly this Friday, so that the Assembly can read the items and become familiar with them before Friday, rather than hearing from the administration for the first time about some of these items on Friday. And additionally, the municipal treasurer is here, and as some of the Assembly members have seen the calendar of events that include of course, mailing the tax bills now that we, are proposing mill rates. The tax bills have a very firm calendar date that we move backwards from.
Right.
So that's why time is of the essence.
And so just to make a clarifying point on that second part, for members to understand, the final action on the levies has to be accomplished before a time-specific point so that all of the actions after that can occur in an orderly sense and according to the law and the code. Fair restatement?
Correct.
All right, thank you. So that applies to 10G 16, 17, 18, 19, and the supplemental AIM to 10G 19. Thank you. So now we'll move through the items. Some of them are resolutions, some of them are ordinances, so they have different functional requirements. 10G 16 is Resolution AR 2024-104, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2024 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. It's also associated to it as AM 281-2024. Is there a motion to lay on the table?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Anyone wish to speak to this motion? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'll just say it's not normal that these are laid on the table. They should have been on the agenda, and I understand that there was difficulties doing that, but I just want to state that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I would note for this record, if you are looking for where the decision was discussed, it was just before this item in the video. So anyone else wish to speak to the item? On this, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay on the table.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the budget item has been laid on the table, AR 2024-104. Next, we have item 10G17. This one is an ordinance, AO 2024-29, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax and levying taxes for all service areas of the Municipality of Anchorage, general government for 2024. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Is there a third? Is there a third?
Third.
Third by Mr. Rivera. That item has been laid on the table and set for public hearing for the 23rd of April. Wait, hold on. Okay, good. Thank you. And just for everybody's benefit, we're looking to possibly continue all of these budget items to a special meeting on the 30th. So we would have public hearing on the 23rd and then do final action on the 30th so that we can get closer to having the audited financial statements and other details. Okay, so next we have item 10G18, AO 2024-30, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2024. Is the motion to lay on the table?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley, third by Mr. Rivera. That item has been laid on the table and set for public hearing at the meeting of the 23rd of April. Next, we have item 10G19, AR 2024-105, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2024 municipal utilities enterprise activities operating and capital budgets for the Municipality of Anchorage. This item is subject to the laid on the table procedures. And is there a motion?
So moved, or laid on the table.
Second.
Moved to lay on the table by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Now, we've already heard the justification previous to the debates or discussions on all of these motions. That was made, that it is time sensitive because there is a clock that's tolling and we have to be prepared to levy. So with that, anyone wish to discuss this item? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. My cue isn't working. I just had a quick point of information for this item and then the other resolution, 10G16. It does not specify a public hearing date, so I just want to make sure that the intent is to also either hold public hearings for those or to move them to the day of the 23rd, or if we need to pull them. I just need to know what we need to do.
So all of these items are scheduled for the meeting of the 23rd of April for public hearing, and then it's likely that all of them will be postponed to the meeting of the 30th for deliberations. But public hearing on those dates. And so all right. So the mover was Ms. Zalatel, second Ms. Brawley. On this item, members may proceed to vote.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
on a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
11 to 0, and the youth member votes yes. AR 2024-105 has been laid on the table. And then we have unnumbered AIM report recommending distributions to general government from Anchorage Water Utility, Don Young Port of Alaska, the Port Solid Waste Services Disposal, Solid Waste Services Collections, the Anchorage Municipal Airport, Merrill Field, and Anchorage Hydropower. This AM, it's kind of in an odd space. AIM is supplemental to the item that was just laid on the table. And so I believe no further action is required. And then finally, we have two items, 12A1, Assembly Memorandum Unnumbered Response to Mayoral Vetoes of AR 2024-103 and AO 2024-28. And then also for 2028 as amended for 12B1, Assembly Memorandum Unnumbered Response to Mayoral Vetoes of AR 2024-103 and AO 2024-28 as amended. And those items are supplemental as well. So now we have made it through all of the laid on the table items. So next, I would like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to incorporate made by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to incorporate? Hearing and seeing none. The items have been incorporated, laid on the table and incorporated. So now we move on to appearance requests. There was one appearance request. The agenda is a little bit inaccurate as to what actually occurred. What occurred wasn't rescinded, but it was withdrawn. The individual who had signed up to speak has withdrawn their request to speak. So I would also like to now direct the clerk to notify the public and set a special meeting for 4:30, April 30th at 6 p.m. in chambers to finalize all of those budget process items. Got that? All right. Okay, so we are in an interesting time crunch. We intend to set aside our business and move to the mayoral vetoes at 6:30. We might have to do it a little bit later. What I would prefer to do is get through all of the 10 A's that get pulled before we move on to that item. And so next we're going to move on to the consent agenda. So on the consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing at a future date. So next, I would like to go down the dais and ask members what items they'd like to pull. So beginning with Salt.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No items. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Presverdia.
That's okay. I'd like to pull items 10D1 through 10D11.
Okay, items 10D1 through 10D11 are pulled. Anything else? That's plenty. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to pull 10A1 for reading, 10B3, 10C2, and 10G8.
So I have 10A1, 10B3, 10C2, and 10G8. Is that right? Did I miss anything? Okay, Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A4 for reading.
All right, is that it?
Yep.
10A4, Mr. Walland. Ms. Bronga.
10A5 for reading?
All right, Ms. Bronga's 10A5, is that it?
Yes, Chair.
All right, Ms. Zalatil.
10C2, 10 Delta 17, 10E3, 10E4, 10G1, 10G2, and I would ask the chair if he could just direct the public hearing on 10G5 be set for May 7th.
So the public hearing for item 10G5 is set for May 7th.
And then was item 10G8 pulled already?
It was.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any items, Mr. Johnson?
No items.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A3, and that's it.
All right, Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. 10A2 for reading.
All right, and Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Colhase?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I sent an email, maybe I misspoke, if a member could pull 10G7.
So it may be pulled, but it will likely be moved.
Okay.
So, thank you. We want to have a discussion about that item. So anything else? I'm going to read through the list now. 10A1, Ms. Brawley. 10A2, Mr. Martinez. 10A3, Mr. Rivera. 10A4, Mr. Volland. 10A5, Ms. Bronga. 10B3, Ms. Brawley. 10C2, Ms. Brawley and Ms. Alatal. 10D1 through 11, Mr. Presverdia. 10D17, Ms. Zalatel. 10E2 and 4 by Ms. Zalatel. 10G1 and 2 by Ms. Zalatel, and then 10G8 by Ms. Brawley.
Mr. Chair, it's 10E3 and 4.
I don't know what I said, but yeah, 10E3 and 4.
Okay, thank you.
And, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
on 10G8, my intent was only to change the date of the public hearing, so I would like to change the public hearing to the regular meeting of September 10th.
Okay, so that item has had the public hearing set for September 10th. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the agenda. Item 10A1, Ms. Brawley. 10A2, Mr. Martinez. 10A3, Mr. Rivera. 10A4, Mr. Wallen. 10A5, Ms. Bronga. 10B3, Ms. Brawley. 10C2, Ms. Brawley. 10D1 through 11, Mr. Presverdia. 10D17, Ms. Zalatel. 10E3 and 4, Ms. Zalatel. 10G1 and 2, Ms. Zalatel. And that's it. Okay, so I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with exception of the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
The consent agenda is moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any is Mr. Myers? I'm sorry, we'll get that right. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. And I'd like to ask Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just point of information, Ms. Brawley moved the public hearing at 10G8. Is that something that is open for debate, or is that on a single motion moved from today until September?
Do you want to make them go through the motions at first, second, third?
Here's how I'm going to proceed. I was already moving towards unanimous consent, so the roll was essentially locked. So if a member objects, we can go back and have a discussion.
You have to move to reconsider
Yep.
the item.
So essentially, it was set at this point, and a motion to reconsider could be made by any member.
The administration would request just the item to be pulled so it can be discussed. That's all. Thank you.
So I had asked if there was objection. I heard no objection, so I'm considering the consent agenda adopted. Is there a motion to reconsider for the administration?
So moved.
Second.
So Mr. Myers has made a motion to reconsider, and Mr. Salt has seconded that motion. So is there any deliberation or discussion on the motion to reconsider? Probably either one of you, Mr. Myers or Mr. Salt, and you can hand it to the administration at your determination.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask the administration to speak to it.
Mr. Myers has asked the administration. Go ahead, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Myers, the delay in reestablishing the Public Safety Advisory Commission is what the administration objects to. This body, as you know, Mr. Chair, has discussed from the dais the proper role of the Public Safety Advisory Commission, and we have supplied some legislation that would reestablish it after it was sunsetted in January of this year. If we were given an opportunity to speak, we would be describing the fact that this commission is one of our commissions that does regularly meet for the last 6 or 7 months and has provided resolutions advising this body and the administration. We think it's a fruitful commission, and we don't think it should be delayed in reestablishing it until September of this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vaughn's 10G8. Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you. So I think for my own edification, I'm sorry, when did we move the public hearing to? September?
September 10th.
Okay. I think I'm going to be a no vote on reconsideration, just because I'm not aware of a whole lot of work product that has come from this commission to the assembly, or advice that we have received from them. So I don't see why we need to immediately reestablish the commission. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to clarify, one, this ordinance is for introduction, so there was not going to be any other action tonight. So to characterize it as something that would happen tonight is not accurate. Other question to the administration, were you able to attend the Assembly Public Safety Commission or Committee meeting on April 3rd, where this was discussed briefly?
Through the chair to Member Brawley, I know that Richard Whitney from our office did attend, and we have been monitoring the Public Safety Commission because we're at the same junction that this body was at 6 or 7 years ago when the commission sunsetted and was revivified when former member Dunbar was on the body. So we're at the same junction. We think that this is a great commission, and we have commissioners who are on it. And the members who have not looked at item 10G8, you will see that the administration has given you a written record of what this body has done for the last 6 or 7 months. So it's simply it's not accurate to say that the administration has not supplied evidence that this commission regularly meets and supplies advice to this body and to the administration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't hear any of us say that, but thank you. Regardless of that, the reason that it is being postponed is to give time to discuss the board composition, which has also been an issue for many years and has gone back and forth. And the intent that Member Perez-Verdiaz spoke to, I believe, in that committee meeting, and the intent that we spoke to in March, is that we would like to take this up. This is not an urgent item. In fact, this board has not existed for 2 months because we all neglected to find out apparently that it sunsetted in January. And so this has nothing to do with whether the commission is a good one or not, or what its work is, or what its purpose is, or who will sit on it. It has to do with making time because we have many, many other more urgent items. And so we are recommending that we take this up over the summer, and then we come back in the fall with a recommendation for board composition. Thank you.
Mr. Perez-Verdiaz.
I call the question.
So, does anyone else wish to speak on the item? I'm going to say there was no second to your motion, and instead we can just move members may proceed to vote on the question. Thank you. The question is, do you wish to reconsider? A no vote means it stays as it is. A yes vote means we reconsider.
Member Johnson?
No.
On a vote of 3 to 8 and the youth member votes
No.
no, reconsideration has failed. That item is set for public hearing on the 10th of September. And for those of you who are here for other items, unless you heard your item be pulled from the agenda, that means your item has been passed, accepted, or adopted, and so your item is completed. And so other than that, now we're going to move through the first 5 items of our consent agenda before we handle all the rest of that business. The first 5 items are our recognition resolutions. So the first one is item 10A1 AR 2024-107. That is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Solt. I would like to ask for unanimous consent on this item. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this item is adopted. Who's reading and who's presenting?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley, you have the floor, and Ms. Bronga is presenting. Is there someone to receive this? Come on down. Welcome.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. Whereas each year, Alaska's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage, and whereas undesired consequences such as service interruption, damage to the environment, and potential personal injury can occur. And whereas federal law requires emergency fire response for every damage where gas is released, and whereas 811 was designated as the national call before you dig number in 2005 and is an active free service throughout the municipality of Anchorage that dispatches utilities to locate lines at the subject property, and whereas placing a call to 811 2 days before digging, respecting the marked lines, and digging with care around the marked areas is required by state law and greatly reduces the risk of hitting a utility line. And whereas April is nationally recognized as Safe Digging Month and serves to promote public awareness about the importance of calling 811 and digging safety, and whereas the rate at which Alaskans hit utility lines is 3 times greater than the national average, local and statewide efforts are necessary to increase awareness of 811 and safe digging to prevent damage to underground utility infrastructure and to ensure public safety. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes April 2024 as Safe Digging Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 9th day of April 2024.
Want to say anything? Welcome. The mic isn't on. Just go ahead and turn the mic on. Tell us your name. Anything you'd like to tell us. There you go.
Okay, my name is Lindsay Hobson. I'm the Director of Corporate Resources and Communications at NSTAR Natural Gas. I don't want to take up your time, but I do want to mention that NSTAR's gas lines were hit 200 times last year by homeowners and professional excavators. Every single time a line is hit, we require a public safety response from our fire department, our police department, and it creates a property damage risk to life, personal injury. So I really appreciate the Assembly and the Mayor recognizing Safe Digging Month. You guys are an important partner in our effort to create awareness, to let people know, and it's not just digging, it's pulling out trees, grading driveways. So it's a really important partnership, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobson. Good to see you. Ms. Zalatel has a question.
I don't have a question, but so my comment is, this is one of my favorite resolutions all year long, because I had no idea. So I didn't know about safe digging or 811 and all of the things I was doing in my yard. So now I will always call, because it is more than just digging to like put in a fence. So it seems kind of maybe perfunctory, but it's a great reminder, I think. This year, I think we'll have to maybe just do a little PSA reminder in May because of all the snow. Thanks.
All right, next on the agenda, we have item 10A2. 10A2 is AR 2024-111, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 27th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, PYLI, and celebrating the 2024 Alaska PYLA graduates. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been adopted. Oh, and the youth, well, that's, when it's unanimous, it's everybody. Sorry. This item I have, I don't know, I have reading. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I'll be reading and Mr. Myers will be presenting, Chair.
So Mr. Martinez is reading, Mr. Myers is presenting. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor. Gentlemen, ladies, come on up.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 27th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, PYLI, and celebrating the 2024 Alaska PYLI graduates. Whereas the 27th Annual Alaska PYLI was sponsored by Jack White Real Estate, Tasty Freeze, Friends of Alaska PYLI, Alaska PYLI Student Alumni Network, Charles H. Bassett Youth Foundation, and other sponsors in partnership with community-based organizations and Anchorage area schools, and was conducted over spring break, March 13th to the 15th, 2024, at the Center Point Building Training Room of Jack White Real Estate. And whereas since the first Alaska Pili held in 1998, more than 1,000 Alaskan students from across the state have graduated from 42 institutes with one of the best and longest running community youth trainings of its kind anywhere in the United States. And whereas the Center for Creative Leadership created the Points of Light youth leadership curriculum to encourage and train young Americans to get actively involved in their community. And whereas Robert C. Bo Bassett led the Pili Mentor Training Team, including Josh Wilson, PhD, Pili alum and East High School grad, Rasmussen Foundation, Dr. Emma Coleman, Pili alum, East High School, Providence Medical Center, Ava Ellingson, Alaska Community Realtor, Sherry Marston, Jack White Realtor, Celeste Early and Ashley Ellingston, Alaska Community Foundation, Diane Peterson, Chief Kaplan, Anchorage Police and Fire Departments, Officer Melissa Lambert, Anchorage Police Department, Senna C.C. Peterson, Student Leader, Lumen Christi High School, Jeffrey Alum, JROTC Instructor, West Anchorage High School, Kyle Tripp, JROTC Instructor, AJ Diamond High School, Tom Faust, Navy JROTC Instructor, Robert Service High School, and Michelle Missy Numeri, Z Club Advisor, AJ Diamond High School. And whereas one of the goals of the Alaska Pili is to teach diverse middle level and high school students the important and necessary leadership skills to make a positive difference in their neighborhoods, schools, and communities, and to better the world for all. And whereas 15 outstanding youth leaders graduated from the 2024 Alaska Points of Youth Leadership Institute, having participated in a 40-hour community creative service servant leadership training that included 3 days of skill development and instruction in self and community assessment, team communication, diversity, goal setting, project planning, decision-making, and service learning activities as follows. Class of 2024 Alaska Pili: Samantha Lexi Bizarre, Robert Service High School. Jessica Caldwell, AJ Diamond High School. Rebecca Conway, Robert Service High School. Cole Gallagher Russell, AJ Diamond High School. Colton Hahn, Robert Service High School. Kelsey Renee Ingram, Robert Service High School. Caleb Del Jackson, AJ Diamond High School. Frankie Murdoch, AJ Diamond High School. Christiana Norris, AJ Diamond High School. Jeanette Rush, I apologize, West Anchorage High School. Shoshi Shanaka, yes, AJ Diamond High School. Benjamin Jack Walters, AJ Diamond High School. Aaliyah Walters, AJ Diamond High School. Janessa Waiters, AJ Diamond High School. Davis Wilson. If I mispronounced your name, I am apologizing now. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly applauds Naomi Loverd, owner of Jack White Real Estate, and its Jack White Associates, Tasty Freeze, Alaska Community Foundations, Charles H. Bassett Youth Foundation, Alaska Pili Alumni Network, and all the sponsors for their support of the Alaska Pili Youth and Student Volunteerism, celebrating the 27th years of excellence in youth community service, servant leadership development. Congratulates the 2024 graduates of the 27th Annual Pili Institute and celebrates these distinguished students as points of light who demonstrate an unwavering dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents and serve as harbingers of a bright future within the municipality of Anchorage and throughout Alaska. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of April, 2024. Jeez.
Hi there, Council. My name is Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Cole Gallagher. I would honestly just like to say that this was a fantastic experience that I had at the Points of Life Leadership Institute. I would not only like to thank my instructor, First Sergeant Tripp and all the cadets that did participate, but also Mr. Bo Bassett over here for being able to keep this going for as long as he did and letting us experience what a fantastic program it was. So, thank you.
My name is Cadet Ensign Colton Han at the Roberts River High School. And I again would like to thank all of you for allowing us to have this time here to celebrate our achievement. I'd like to thank my instructor for coming, Gunnery Sergeant Tom Faust. Thank Mr. Bo Bassett for putting this on for us and keeping it alive, even though it's been closed throughout the rest of the United States. Thank you.
My name is Cadet Captain Davis Wilson, and I'm a part of Diamond JRTC. I'd like to thank Mr. Bo Bassett here for keeping the Pili Institute alive, and it's really a pleasure to be a part of one of the last, maybe the last, Pili graduates. I'd like to thank First Sergeant Tripp here for offering us this opportunity to us, which I think I will be taking into my adulthood and implementing throughout my life. And thank you for Jack White Real Estate for providing us a space to learn all this stuff. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cadet Staff Sergeant Frankie Murdoch. I'd like to thank Bo Bassett for giving me this opportunity, for helping me learn more life experience. I'd like to thank First Sergeant Tripp for helping me find this experience, and overall, JROTC gives me this opportunity to use this experience to help others around.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Walters, Cadet Captain from AJ Diamond High School. I would like to say thank you to Bo Bassett for this wonderful experience of teaching leadership. It taught me a very important lesson, not just leadership, but also fellowship and also all its important parts. I'd like to say thank you to Sergeant Tripp for also helping me get into the program. I'm really thankful, and it was a wonderful experience, and I think Bo Bassett made everything great about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cadet Major Ayla Waters at Diamond High School. I want to thank Mr. Bo Bassett for offering us this opportunity and First Sergeant Tripp for speaking about it. I know that it's not usually spoken to by seniors just because graduating, and we want to speak about those things and teach the younger grade levels in high school. But I do want to thank Mr. Bo Bassett for giving me the opportunity, graduating, going into this world and adulthood to use those opportunities and teach the world. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cadet Second Lieutenant Jessica Caldwell from AG Diamond High School. Thank you, Bo Bassett, and Sergeant Tripp and all of you for this opportunity. And this program caught my eye because it made me wonder what it's like to be a leader. And this has not just taught me how to be a leader, it taught me how, multiple life lessons.
Hello, my name is Cadet Staff Sergeant Jeanette Raisha from West High School. I would like to thank Bo Bassett for keeping up this program for all of us to learn and become leaders. And I would also like to thank my ROTC instructor Jeffrey Ullum, for introducing this opportunity to me. Thank you.
In closing, I want to thank the Assembly for honoring the young people for their leadership. We need more light. We need more points of light. We need more youth that are willing to step into the light and lead. And I am very appreciative of the JOTC programs at Service and Diamond in West High School and their instructors who opened up the opportunity to their charges. And I think if we engage more young people in how to be a point of light, our community will be brighter. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everybody. Next, we have item 10A3. 10A3 is AR 2024-113, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Apologies, just point of order, Mr. Chair. So these are all items that were pulled from the consent agenda, correct?
Yes.
Is it not our process to go to the person who pulled the item?
Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
Thanks.
And,
I
sorry.
just want to make sure we're consistent.
Yeah, no, you're right. I have a few things I'm juggling tonight. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salt. It's a fair point. So, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage...
Wait, who's reading and who's
I am
presenting?
reading, sorry.
And we
My
need to get
bad.
it adopted.
Got ahead of
so,
myself.
Yeah, no,
Yes. I absolutely urge support. Thank you.
Thank you. On this item, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing seeing none. This item... Oh, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Members Alto. Just asking for the mayor to be co-sponsor here.
Yeah, he's been added to, I believe it's 3, 4, and 5 as requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'd ask for unanimous consent. I heard no objection, so I'm going to consider this item adopted. Mr. Rivera, you're reading?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Salt is presenting. Is someone receiving this? Please come on down.
Great.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and to work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month observed as an opportunity to promote education and the prevention of sexual violence traces its history to the 1970s, when activists first began organizing on a national scale to reduce sexual assault and violence against women. In 1994, the Violence Against Women Act passed, and in 2001, the first official Sexual Assault Awareness Month reinvigorated a national network of events and support groups that raise awareness and provide resources to survivors and those at risk. And whereas sexual assault is a public health concern that subjects victims to debilitating immediate and long-term physical, psychological, social, and financial issues, threatening critical societal structures and resulting in lost contributions, achievements, and income that cannot be fully measured. And whereas according to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, NSVRC, over 53% of women and over 29% of men reported experiencing contact sexual violence. 47% of all transgender people have been sexually assaulted at some point in their lives, and 32.9% of adults with intellectual disabilities have experienced sexual violence. And whereas according to a 2020 University of Alaska Anchorage Justice Center's Alaska Victimization Survey, approximately 57.7% of Alaska women experienced intimate partner violence, sexual violence, or both, a 14.7% increase from the 2015 survey. And whereas Standing Together Against Rape, STAR, has been working to prevent sexual trauma and provide comprehensive, collaborative crisis intervention, advocacy, and support to victims, survivors, their families, and our communities since 1978. And whereas in April, STAR is launching this year's Sexual Assault Awareness Month campaign to promote awareness about how everyone can play a role in preventing sexual assault and helping survivors heal. Awareness days include Wear Teal Day on April 2nd, a masquerade ball and charity auction on April 20th, and International Denim Day on April 24th. Free resources are available on STAR's website at www.staralaska.com. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encourages community members and volunteers to continue to work together in our community and across the state for the prevention of sexual violence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of April 2024.
Hi there, welcome. Please state your name.
My name is Jennifer Brown, and I am the Director of Communications for STAR. I would like to thank the Assembly and the Mayor for their support of our programs, particularly through the alcohol tax. You're really doing a service for public safety when you donate to STAR. Those funds are used to educate our community in responding to sexual assault, both adults and children, as well as community prevention programs for children on how to keep their bodies safe and develop healthy relationships. So we thank you for your support, and we hope that that continues. Any questions?
Don't see anyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have item 10A4, AR 2024-115, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and celebrating April 7th to 13th as National Library Week and April 9, 2024 as National Library Workers' Day. This was pulled by Mr. Volland.
Yes, move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this item is adopted. Is there anyone here from the library? Come on down. Love to see you. Welcome. So I assume, Mr. Volland, you are reading and Ms. Brawley is presenting.
Correct.
All right.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating April 7th through the 13th of 2024 as National Library Week and April 9th, 2024 as National Library Workers' Day. Whereas the first public library in the United States opened in 1833, prior to that time, public accessibility to books was extremely limited. And whereas today, public libraries provide all people access to education, ideas, imagination, observations, and opinions of people from all over the world on almost every topic imaginable, as well as providing community engagement through story times, book clubs, and access to technology. And whereas National Library Week and National Library Workers' Day were founded by the American Library Association to recognize the importance and contributions of the librarians and library workers who preserve information, books, and other resources for the benefit of us all. And whereas National Library Week 2024 will be celebrated with the theme Ready, Set, Library, to encourage the discovery of all the services and programs offered by the libraries and recognize the role libraries can play in all stages of life. And whereas the Anchorage Public Library began in Tent City on Ship Creek in 1917 and now serves the municipality of Anchorage in 5 locations, providing a critical role in our city by connecting people to education, information, and community. And whereas the Anchorage Public Library workers are the backbone of the system and work to build a strong, educated, inclusive community and provide a place where people can meet, spread ideas, and learn. And whereas the Anchorage Public Library has events scheduled throughout April to help educate, expand imaginations, share ideas, and have fun. Now therefore be it resolved, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates April 7 through 13, 2024 as National Library Week and April 9th as National Library Workers' Day, and offers their thanks to our library workers for all that they do to make our community connected, educated, and engaged. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of April 2024.
Welcome. The mic's not on. There you go.
My name is Elizabeth Nicolai. I am the Assistant Director of the Anchorage Public Library, and we are so excited, not just National Library Week, but every week to be your public library. We have amazing things happening. For the people on the dais, we had the clerk share with you some things that we did this year. We especially want to share that we just concluded our winter reading program, which is a challenge, a bingo card challenge for adults that increased a 91% increase in participation this year from last year. And last year, for youth, we hosted best-selling author Raina Telgemeier to over 2,000 people who attended all over the city her great events. And we also gave to each of our members on the dais our newest sticker. This was designed by a young Eagle River patron in our first annual Kids Sticker Contest. So you all are the very first to receive this, but anybody else who is at the assembly can come see us afterwards and pick up this great And if you have a small child, please have them enter next year's sticker contest, as well as bringing them and your elders and all of your friends and neighbors to the library, where we are happy to welcome you with wonderful services all year long.
All right, well, there are a couple of people in the queue. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you again for being here, and especially it's exciting that today happens to be National Library Workers Day, because I want to say thank you for all the services that you guys provide to the public, but also just to really recognize that I know it's not an easy job to work in this building. There's been some tough times, right? And also it's just, you interact with the largest variety of folks every day, and so thank you again for providing the safe space that you do, for the work that you do, and thank you for protecting the First Amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Salt.
I just want to echo those comments and just say, thank you for doing what you do in the library, and in terms of when I grew up to what it is now is so much more than just books, and I look forward to seeing you all downtown.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? I would just say from myself, very grateful for all that you do in protecting access to information for the people of Anchorage and Alaska and the world. All right, thank you. Next, we have item 10A5. Item 10A5 is AR 2024-117, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly designating April 1 through 7, 2024 as National Public Health Week. This item was pulled by Ms. Bronga.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this item is adopted. I have Ms. Bronga reading and Mr. Martinez presenting. Is there someone here to receive it? Welcome.
And Chair, before we start, could I be put on this one and the library one? I don't believe my name was on either of those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Consider done.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating April 1st through the 7th, 2024 as National Public Health Week. Whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association has been observing National Public Health Week as a time to recognize the contributions of public health and highlight issues that are important to improving the nation's health. And whereas the Anchorage Health Department is the municipality of Anchorage's public health department, serving the entire community by embodying the values of respect, integrity, service, equity. And whereas a strong, healthy Anchorage is rooted in strong public health system that is not only treats health conditions but works to prevent them. And whereas our public health sector includes nurses, physicians, resource coordinators, researchers, educators, sanitarians, nutritionists, policymakers, planners, epidemiologists, safety professionals, and many others. And whereas for over 80 years, the Anchorage Health Department has strengthened the fabric of our community by addressing emerging public health issues, mobilizing community partners to identify and solve urgent public health needs, and developing and implementing plans and policies that maximize the health of all Anchorage residents. And whereas the public health programs have played a crucial role in improving the length and quality of life of Alaskans by identifying, investigating, and mitigating infectious diseases and environmental health hazards, working to immunize people against diseases, identifying causes and preventing injuries, improving the health of mothers and children, improving Alaska's healthcare infrastructure, preparing for large-scale emergencies, and promoting healthy behaviors, including increased physical activity, good nutrition, and smoking cessation. And whereas having strong public health systems working across many sectors, agencies, and communities is critical to solving urgent needs, and whereas our public health workforce is dedicated to protecting and improving the health of people, especially our most vulnerable, in countless ways, from access to shelter, transitional housing, nutrition, and treatment for diseases such as tuberculosis. And whereas the Anchorage Health Department is opening its own Well Baby Clinic on Tuesday, April 9th, you did, and lead testing clinic on Wednesday, April 10th, to provide health and developmental assessments to young children who may not have a permanent health care provider, and initiate early interventions and improve outcomes for our youngest residents. And whereas all people in our community have the right to live a healthy life in a safe environment, now therefore the Anchorage Assembly recognizes April 1st through the 7th, 2024 as National Public Health Week in Anchorage and calls upon all local citizens to observe this week by connecting with their communities to better understand the importance of public health in recognition of this year's theme, Protecting, Connecting, and Thriving. We are all public health. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of April 2024.
Welcome, Mr. Ash.
Thank you. And thank you for reading this National Public Health Week proclamation. We're excited to continue our involvement with our community and deliver services with respect, integrity, service, equality, and transparency. Health Department staff represent our core services delivered to our community by developing and maintaining coordinated capabilities, safeguarding public health, and strengthening the community's ability to improve its own health and well-being. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. And we do too.
Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. I think we don't say this enough, that the health department is asked to do a lot. It tends to be the catch-all for every program we don't know where to fit. That said, though, I think the most important thing to underscore is the third leg of the public safety stool. Without public health, public safety falls short. And so I want to thank you all for your work. It's very important.
Thank you. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up items 12A and 12B now.
Second. There's a motion to take up items 12A and 12B, moved by Ms. Zalato, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Ms. Zalato?
Thank you. The intent is to take up the 12A and 12B, which are the veto override items, because my understanding is we have a member who may not be able to stay with us the whole evening.
Any further discussion? Ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Hearing seeing none, the agenda has been changed. Now we have item 12A before us. A is Assembly action on mayoral veto of Resolution AR 2024-103, a resolution of the Assembly approving the use of subpoenas to compel testimony and document production related to the 1991 Fish and Wildlife Agreement, Eklutna Hydropower Project. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I move to override the veto of item 12A.
Second.
Motion to override by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volin. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. In reviewing the mayor's veto statement, he indicates that disclosure has already been made and what we are seeking via subpoena is already available to members of this assembly and outside counsel if confidentially is properly maintained. So at this time, the mayor is here. Great. Mr. Mayor, can you provide the documents that you said are available pursuant to the veto statement to us tonight if we maintain the confidentiality? I'm asking the mayor. You have to get on a mic so that we can get you on the recording, please, sir. Okay, he indicates that the municipal attorney is going to answer it.
Through the esteemed chair, will you please re-ask the question?
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Helzer. So I asked whether or not we can have the documents subject to the subpoena tonight, a copy of them.
As was stated before, there's no objection to any member of the assembly. We view the assembly as a branch of this city. And to maintain copies, provided that the assembly members agree to maintain the confidentiality of the documents.
Great. So can I get those now? And let me explain why I'm asking for them now. It really goes to whether or not I need to have these subpoenas valid and issued, or whether or not I can have the documents. And like today is it, like it's before us. And so either I can have the documents, and I understand the confidentiality request, or I can't. And the only way I can be assured of having them is to have a copy of them, and that is what I would like.
So as was said before through the chair, we don't have a problem with people having copies of these documents provided they agree to maintain the confidentiality of the agreement. So we can do that in two ways. One, we can do an in-camera review where the documents are present and provided to the Assembly for review, or we can have each of the members sign, or if they want to give it to outside counsel, that's okay, but we would make sure that there's a confidentiality agreement in place so that we don't inadvertently breach confidentiality. And if I could address the late on the table item, I have prepared something on that.
I'm not there yet. I have a few more questions. I really want to keep with the subpoena and getting these documents. So are other members of the administration who either have copies of these documents or have reviewed them, have they signed a confidentiality agreement?
I can't speak for everyone, but my understanding is that the Assembly is seeking to make these documents public.
That wasn't my question. I needed more context to your prior statement. And so, for example, I know one of the documents we're seeking is called a binding term sheet. Has Mr. Corsentino, for example, signed a confidentiality agreement? Because my understanding is he would have a copy of that document.
I can't speak for Mr. Corsentino whether he has signed, but he has not publicly announced that he wants to make these documents public.
Has the mayor signed a confidentiality agreement in order to review these documents?
I am not aware of an agreement, but like I said, he has not publicly announced that he is planning to make these documents public.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, if I may, you have a few others in the queue, including Mr. Volin. I intend to make a motion to go into executive session, hopefully so these documents can be produced so we can see them and have them if we so desire. And we can discuss it more fully there. But I would first wait until we can get through the queue with members.
Ms. Helzer, you're in the queue.
Through the chair, may I ask, is it appropriate for me to address the late on the table item in its substance?
Are you speaking to the response to the veto?
Yes, I am.
Have at it.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to point out to the Assembly members that the late on the table item from the mayor's veto is unfortunately taken out of context. A sentence after the veto, it says that the Anchorage Assembly may review the confidential binding term sheet and any other confidential documents so long as the Assembly and its council preserve the document's confidentiality. As an attorney and as the municipal attorney, I have a duty to protect the confidentiality of these agreements. The client, not the attorney, may waive the attorney-client privilege. The Assembly has signaled that it may publicly disclose the binding term sheet and that it may not wait for a court determination that these documents are disclosable public records. Because of that, I determined that to protect the municipality and to preserve the attorney-client privilege, I can only allow Assembly members and their legal counsel to retain copies of the documents if they first sign a confidentiality agreement. On April 4th, Assembly leadership gave me only 4 hours of notice of their visit to review confidential included documents. This short notice prevented me from coordinating with the legal counsel for the other parties to the agreement to prepare a confidentiality agreement for the Assembly to sign. I cannot waive the client's privilege. Thank you.
Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question from Ms. Helzer. Who is the client?
The municipality of Anchorage is my only client. I do not take direction from any of the hydro owners or any of the other parties to this agreement.
Thank you. If I could follow up, what does waiving confidentiality look like if the municipality is the client?
I cannot waive the privilege that the hydro owners have. They have to waive that. If we do waive privilege, we will put ourselves in a position where we are liable under the terms of that confidentiality agreement.
Okay. So can you, I guess, talk me through a little bit if members sign this confidentiality agreement, are we allowed then to have copies of the documents in our possession?
Through the chair, yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. And then I also had a question for Ms. Zalatel. Could you state for the record which specific documents you're referencing?
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Documents that I'm aware of are the Common Interest Agreement, which is what being referred to as the confidentiality agreement, the binding term sheet, which we've previously discussed in executive session, and I've heard that there's an amendment to the binding term sheet, but I have not been provided that or seen that. I don't know if there are other documents because no one has informed us of what the documents may be.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I could just ask one more question. Ms. Helzer, has there been an amendment or an update to the binding term sheet?
My understanding is that there was an extension of the term sheet, but I have not had an opportunity to thoroughly review that document. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of follow-up questions. I think there's a dangerous precedent afoot here, and I wanted to make sure that we just visit this carefully. The question I have is to the municipal attorney. What is the precedent for what you're asking for? The precedent specifically with respect to the confidentiality agreement that you're describing. What is the precedent with respect to that practice within the municipality and other documents for the assembly, to your knowledge?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, confidentiality agreements are signed all the time. They are signed when there is an obligation to keep something confidential, and there is a concern that if that confidentiality is breached, that will be preventable.
Yeah, I don't think I asked that question. I think I asked the question, what is the precedent with respect to what you're asking with respect to the assembly? Is there a precedent that this has happened for? And let me just get a little further on that. I don't buy anything of what you just described. And fundamentally is because this body, since I've been on the body, we've had executive sessions. And the information in the executive sessions are confidential. So what you're asking for seems that it's redundant to the process that we have, but I want to know if that's happened before. Is there precedent that the administration or the municipal attorney has requested or asked or demanded, in fact, that members of the assembly have to sign an extra agreement when we already have this process in the executive sessions?
To answer your question, you don't need to sign the confidentiality agreement if you will agree to keep the item confidential.
Now we're running in circles, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Here's a follow-up question, and maybe, Chair, maybe you're the one to answer. How does this body speak? How does the assembly speak? Is it by individual assembly members, or is it by the aggregate through resolution or ordinance? Mr. Chair, how does this body speak?
By a majority vote on a memorandum, a resolution, or an ordinance.
Thank you, Chair. It's been asserted, and maybe I missed it, because I don't remember voting, to articulate an intentionality of publishing for the public any confidentiality, any confidential records. Unless I missed that vote, and I think the clerk may check it, I have 100% voting records since I've been elected. So, if the body hasn't spoken, then the assertion in my mind that there's somewhere in the wind, that there's some concern that there has been expressed that this body is moving or has an intentionality of publishing the confidentiality is not actually accurate to the public record of what this body has voted on. Is that fair?
Through the chair, I sat through a work session, a public work session, where Assembly Counsel Matthew Hurt indicated that that the intention was to make this document public if that was possible, and that the reason the Assembly wanted to see it was so that they could determine whether there was actually a duty of confidentiality. And what I'm trying to tell everybody is that there is a duty of confidentiality, like it or not, from 2017. And as a municipal attorney, we have a duty to uphold our agreements. If we decide to breach that agreement, we risk
Thank you, Chair.
liability.
Yeah, and I thank you. And I think that members of the Assembly, having been duly elected, recognize that we have an obligation when we are in executive session to keep those things that are privileged. And I think that this body has done an excellent job maintaining that. And I don't see that this conversation needs to continue any further from my vantage point. But thank you for the feedback.
So, Martinez, I haven't had Mr. Salt in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Helzer, I guess a couple questions for you. So, if the municipality were to sign or enter into a confidential agreement, is that then not binding on all employees of the municipality? Or just the individual that signed it?
It would just be binding on the individual that signed it. At the moment, the agreement from 2017 was signed by the municipality. So we're already bound as members of the same municipality by those agreements.
Right, so it's the municipality that's bound by that agreement. So if you were to give a confidential document and we shared it, we would be in violation if it was confidential.
Just like any agreement where there's a confidentiality provision, if you share an agreement that's confidential, you've breached the confidentiality of that agreement.
Okay, and then my last question, in order to make that document no longer confidential, you would need agreement by all parties to that agreement, of which we are one. So the other two parties would also need to agree that it's no longer confidential in order for it to be shared or public, correct?
That's correct. And in fact, it is just the other parties of the agreement that want to maintain the confidentiality, and they have not waived their privilege.
Right. So so we may want to waive that privilege, but we can't because we need all three to do that. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Helzer.
That's correct.
Ms. Bronco.
It may be very simple, but to me, I've seen it. I've had someone explain it to me. We've had it emailed to us. And I feel like we are running in circles and we have so much pressing business in front of us. And I just can't see why we're spending so much time on this. And maybe later I'll go, whoa, I didn't understand it. But right now it really feels like a waste of our time.
I accidentally bumped Ms. Brawley out of the queue. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I think in one sense this is an unnecessary use of time because of where we are and the specific history of how we got there. However, I'm also concerned about precedent. First of all, I know that this body has not used the subpoena powers that have been in the code since 1991 until very recently. But to my knowledge, then, there is not a precedent for the mayor vetoing an assembly subpoena. That is one of our powers. So I have a question either for Assembly Counsel or for Ms. Helzer. Do you know of any other precedent in which it was legal for the executive branch to veto the subpoena of the legislative branch?
I would like to answer that question, Ms. Brawley, if I may. So we do have some case law, I believe it's Rapaski, I could have that name wrong, that basically identifies general veto power as quite plenary and sweeping, and so there's only a few exceptions to it. And I have, am aware of past municipal attorney opinions and agree with them that the mayor's veto power in our charter is sweeping and plenary. There's some exceptions, of course, but it would encompass a resolution authorizing subpoenas, which is what he vetoed, that resolution that authorized subpoenas. So I think that that was a fair veto. So I do invite, of course, Ms. Hauser or Mr. Hurd to add to this.
Through the chair, our understanding was that the mayor's veto was a veto of the resolution, and so that's permissible. And I agree with what Dean just communicated. Thank you.
If I may, in our, I guess, system of government, checks and balances we have, this is one of them, the veto power. This is a legislative process where the body votes, approves something by majority. The veto is a legislative, part of the legislative process, and the mechanism to check that is the override. And just sort of to give you a comparison on the other side of the coin is the mayor's appointment power. The assembly's got to check on that. It's confirmation power. So similarly.
Okay, thank you, and that's fair. I understand that this is a legislative process. My other question is regarding basically the Public Records Act, so the state law and our local laws that require that we do our business in public with the Open Meetings Act, and also that public records are made public. So can you, Ms. Helzer, basically describe how this confidentiality agreement supersedes that state law? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question. There are exceptions to the Public Records Act, and I can get you the answer specifically to that question. I didn't get it before tonight, but our understanding is that this is an exception to the Public Records Act.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have concerns about being requested to sign a confidentiality agreement. And so I'm wondering, Ms. Helzer, when you said the other parties, just for the public record, can you state who the other parties are who want to maintain confidentiality?
Through the chair, my understanding is that the original 2017 agreement was signed by MEA and Chugach and the municipality of Anchorage. And those are the three parties to the agreement.
Thank you. And can you speak to, in your professional capacity, do you represent Chugach and MEA? Are they a client? Do you advise them as well?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
I do not take direction from MEA, nor do I take direction from Chugach. I represent the municipality of Anchorage.
And do you know if their employees who have seen these documents have signed a similar confidentiality agreement that you're requesting that we sign?
I am not aware of their practices. However, we have not waived our confidentiality as far as I'm aware, so that they could produce those documents to other parties.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because I was kind of going to go where Ms. Brawley went. You know, it is part of our job to help determine what is in the public interest. And I will just say, I think that this body has seen the use of executive session be used to discuss matters that were claimed to be confidential, and we saw subsequently that the courts decided that no, the documents that were discussed in a previous executive session should be made available to the public. So there's precedent set there that makes me very leery, you know, of not being able to, signing some agreement before I can review documents and make an opinion myself whether or not they should be kept confidential or if they are in the public interest. And so it's sort of like this bait and switch. Sign this document and say you won't tell anybody about it, and then I'll show it to you, and then I'll let you have possession of it. And so I think, with that being said, I will be going ahead to support the override. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be honest, this is a tough issue. I think I do believe that it is in the public interest for them to be made aware of and have an opportunity to see the binding term sheet. However, I also see the conflicting legal arguments, and I think there have been strong cases made on both sides of that, and I'm not enough of a legal scholar to parse that out in my mind. But I think, just for clarification, if nothing else, because I think I know the answers, it is in the resolution that we're considering here, that it is the intent to consider at least making these documents public. Now, if this veto is overridden and if the resolution goes into effect and if these documents are subpoenaed, my question to the sponsors of the resolution, would we then just immediately put them out into public view, or would there be an effort to establish hopefully a sound legal basis by which we can override any confidentiality and at least put ourselves on hopefully sound legal footing that we can make these public and we are not simply ignoring any considerations of legality here?
Right, so process being what it is, we aren't discussing a resolution per se. There is a veto override memorandum that describes a process, and there is a veto override. But to answer your question, I asked Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Johnson. I think that your question really gets to the heart of the matter. So we are asking for the documents to be produced so they're in the Assembly's possession, so that we can then, as a body, determine if we want to take further action. And we may make that determination in open session via resolution. We could go into executive session and get legal advice about the pros and cons of making those documents public. But the condition precedent to all of that is having the document, and that is really where we're here today. So to answer your question shortly, no, it wouldn't mean automatic release. It would take an action of this body to authorize the release.
Thank you. I find that helpful.
I would add that in some previous discussions, if that came to pass, the leadership had discussed providing ample time for the parties to the agreement to make an argument to the contrary. So there would, if the documents were in our hands, we would take those actions, but only if, and we'll figure out that process if we get there. So is that sufficient for you, Mr. Johnson?
It is, thank you.
All right, I'm going to go with, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So I'm going to try to untangle what I've heard is like a lot of circular logic to kind of get us grounded in where I think we're at. The municipal attorney says that the whole of the municipality, including the assembly, is bound by the common interest agreement. So if the whole of the municipality, including the assembly, is bound by the common interest agreement, and the common interest agreement is where the confidentiality of the term sheet and these other documents is derived from, then the assembly is already bound to confidentiality, thus making any additional confidentiality agreements superfluous and unwarranted. I think then we're to the point where two things. One, we don't have the common interest agreement. So it's a little bit kind of interesting to navigate the terms of that agreement when we don't have it to evaluate kind of where the confidentiality comes from and exactly what it covers. But setting that aside, because this body hasn't taken action and doesn't have an item for purposes of taking action, refusal to supply the documents to us now, tonight, is preemptive. It is based off of a fear, not based off of anything we're not entitled to or entitled to have, especially since we're already bound by the confidentiality of the common interest agreement. So I'm going to renew my request. May we have the documents we have requested tonight, physical copies, knowing, as we've stated on the record, that we are bound by the confidentiality of the common interest agreement.
Through the chair, may I answer the question? Okay. And this also goes to Zach Johnson's question. You can have the documents in a number of ways. First, you can have an in-camera review of the documents. That's generally done in executive session where the municipal attorney will bring in the documents for everybody to review and discuss at your leisure. You can also do that in the municipal attorney's office. You can also do that as long as there's an agreement to an in-camera review, which means in camera, without the public. You can have that with your body. You can discuss the document as much as you want to. You can have the document, you can hold the document as long as it's in camera. The second option is to sign a confidentiality agreement and you can take a copy. The third option is just to simply respect and agree that the municipality of Anchorage has entered into an agreement in 2017, and as a member of the municipality of Anchorage, we would uphold the agreements of our prior administrations. Those are the three options. So there is no this narrative that you won't get the documents unless you sign a confidentiality agreement is not true, because we have the option of in-camera review of the documents.
Thank you for that explanation. I understand what in-camera means, but I'm also saying very clearly, you have told me I am subject to the confidentiality terms of the common interest agreement. I would like to have a copy of the documents we're seeking for my own personal review, not in a time specified, when I have time, because I am bound by that confidentiality. I would like them tonight because we have been asking for them. I don't want to come to the municipal attorney's office. I don't want to have them for the time-limited amount of an executive session. I want to be able to read them at my leisure, keep my files secure. I want paper. I love paper. And I want to be able to mark them up and think about them and have them and go back and consider the binding term sheet and the extension or the amendment in the context of the common interest agreement. I want to be able to be afforded the same opportunity as everyone else who's seen these to research and think about this prior to any additional action this body may take. I want the same for my colleagues. This is a very important issue to us, obviously, particularly as it relates to AWU and our water rights. And we have not been afforded that opportunity. And that is what I am asking for tonight. I really want to bring this to an end where I can either have the document or not. And if what you are saying is I need to go and make a motion right now to go into executive session in order to get a physical copy, I will do so. I plan to walk out of that executive session with a copy of that document, though. I'm going to be very clear because I want to do what I just explained. So if I need to make that motion, I will, but I will let you tell me if that is the only way I'm getting my hands on those documents.
Through the chair, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that you want to have a copy of the document. Unfortunately, part of the duty of confidentiality, part of my attorney-client duty of confidentiality and maintaining the integrity of the city is when I understand that there is a motive to make something public that is otherwise confidential. That is something of a concern to me. I have to take the precautions to protect the documents that, if released, may subject the municipality to liability. I need to make sure that I have done everything I can in the chain of custody to guard that possibility.
Ms. Alatalo.
Are you saying I'm a liar? Are you not taking me at my word in public right now? I'm really frustrated.
Point of order.
You do not have the authority to make such an action, Mr. Byrd. And that was a question.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Okay, Mr. Colhase.
I would have Mr. Byrd speak to the point of order. Thank you.
Object. Somebody can object.
Objection.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only the mayor has the authority to make a point of order.
May I speak, Mr. Chair?
You have the floor.
It appears that a member may be accusing the municipal attorney of lying.
That is not what happened. I overrule you. What was stated, and I'll repeat it, was, are you calling me a liar? That was a question about her. So you're overruled.
I would like the municipal attorney to answer whether or not she can't take me at my word that I will keep it confidential, because that's what I'm hearing. And if I'm misunderstanding, please let me know.
Through the chair, I never accuse anyone, and I would never accuse a public servant of any wrongdoing unless it was justified. There is no reason for me to think that you are not being honest with me. The debacle I'm in is that I sat through a public work session where the motive of the assembly at that time to issue these subpoenas was to obtain confidential documents for the purpose of discerning whether those documents should be made public. That is the difference between this situation and an otherwise regular situation where people have just simply agreed to abide by the existing agreements entered into by the municipality.
All right, Mr. Hurt.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need a Marco Rubio moment. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I feel the need to clarify something because I feel that my words were taken not as they were intended at the previous special meeting where we discussed this item. The language of the resolution authorizing these subpoenas was so, as Vice Chair Zolotel expressed, so we could have a copy so that we could determine whether or not they should be public documents. It was not to release them as public documents. And that was a distinction that I feel, given the benefit of hindsight, could have been more clearly elaborated in the resolution. By way of contrast, when we subpoenaed the document that was styled as a personnel investigation, we stated plainly, we have determined this is a public document and we are asking you to produce them in open session to be accepted in the public record. And that spawned litigation because we made no bones about it. We saw the document, we reviewed it, the entire, well, not the entire body, but the majority of the body determined it to be a public document, and therefore we subpoenaed it to make it public immediately. The intent behind the resolution was to subpoena the documents so that we could have them. The reason we got to this point was because the Assembly, every time they have asked to see the documents, they were not made readily available. My understanding is that members had to wait until the other Klutna owners gave their permission for the Assembly, and this is back in January, long before things got as contentious as they are right now at this moment in the room. So the fact that members were being treated different, the fact that I was presented with a question of first impression about a confidentiality agreement, which I, to Member Martinez's point, I know of no precedent of that being required for a member of the Assembly or for any member of the municipal government. So the fact that we had only been able to review them in certain circumstances was the genesis for the resolution that was presented, and I apologize if I gave the impression that the blatant intent was to make that document public through my drafter's pen. That is on me. And if through any of the advice I gave urging caution at signing a confidentiality agreement at the special meeting, I apologize. I didn't mean to give the impression that the Assembly members may need to Leroy Jenkins and, send it to ADN. That was not the impression I meant to convey to the administration, and that is not the intent behind, or as I understand it from the sponsors, the intent behind the resolution for the sponsors. And also, I would just like to be the lone voice of dissent and have a Ruth Bader Ginsburg moment following my Marco Rubio moment, that I actually don't think that the mayor can validly veto a subpoena, and I can provide that justification later, but I feel the discussion has moved on. But I wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I asked to be in the queue a little earlier regarding Ms. Hauser's response to some of Member Brawley's question. I think Ms. Hauser said, and correct me if I misquote you, that when parties agree to make something confidential, that's bound by confidentiality, and I guess that's just referring to one of these agreements where the parties agreed that this agreement would be confidential. And in relation to the Public Records Act, the State Public Records Act, there's case law, Municipality of Anchorage versus ADN, that basically says you can't simply make a whole agreement confidential by putting in a confidentiality clause when it's with a public body like the municipality. There is, of course, perhaps some information within a signed, executed agreement that is itself confidential information under other provisions of law. That could be redacted, of course, but you can't simply make, and in this case it was about a settlement agreement, I guess, settling a lawsuit. So you can't simply make a settlement agreement as a whole, the whole document confidential by putting in a confidentiality clause when it's with the municipality, if I recall that correctly.
Ms. Hauser.
I'd like to just simplify this if possible. What we are absolutely willing to do is share the documents at your leisure in executive session in camera. We are also able to give you the documents to take home with you tonight. We prepared a confidentiality agreement. You can take it home with you tonight. You can have it. The concern is whether it was a mistake or it was not a mistake, it was publicly communicated that the objective was to take these documents and to show them to outside counsel and to essentially find a way to make them public. And if that occurs, I fear that MEA and CHUGAC will initiate a lawsuit against us, and I do not want that to happen. And as I understand it, the MEA and CHUGAC has sent this in a letter to the Assembly leadership.
We haven't seen a letter. And we had talked at a work session about a letter, but you said you couldn't provide it to us. That was confidential.
I don't recall. I think this letter was addressed to you and to your comments made publicly. I've never said that I would not share information with the Assembly. The only key is that the information that is shared comes with it a duty to maintain the confidentiality. And I can't change that. That is not something that I can do anything about. It's just something that I need to advise the municipal government that we have a duty to abide by our prior contracts.
So I'll just briefly say that at your leisure in executive session is absolutely contradictory to reality. An executive session requires a special meeting in which all members come and a motion is made to go into executive session. So that part. The second part, that you may walk away with it, I am interested to understand more of that. But before we cross that bridge, we have a few more people in the queue. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put a few things on the record. I am shocked and offended by some of the statements that I just heard from the municipal attorney, that there is a motive, and you've determined this a motive. How? How have you determined that there's a motive by this entire body to do something? Because you heard someone say something? It was publicly indicated? By who? When? And how would one person, in your mind, publicly indicating something allow you to determine that that is the will of this body? That is shocking to me. It's shocking to me that we are all bound by our duty, and we all are able to maintain confidentiality frequently. We are given information as members of this body that we know that we are bound to keep them confidential. This is a common practice for us. So the idea that we would not be able to maintain that is offensive. And finally, this seems like a significant overstep of your role to already have us bound by a confidentiality agreement, but to individually determine that we have to take an additional step to satisfy your sense of what is going of our willingness to follow what we're already bound by. So I think that this is a farce. I can't even believe that we're having this conversation, and I'd like to get through this and move on with our day. But it seems to me that now it's changed. It's changed just in the course of this conversation. That 20 minutes ago, we had to go into your office and view it a certain way, or we had to sign an agreement, but now you're willing to give it to us because of this conversation. So it really bothers me that we've had to have this conversation, and I hope, again, we can move past this. If we're going to get copies of it, let's get copies of it, and let's move on. Thanks.
Wait until they tell you can't read it without one of their attorneys in the room. Mr. Bronson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in the interest of maybe getting to the bottom of this, could we have an at ease?
We don't really do at eases, but if you're asking for a break, we'll take 5. Yeah. All right, before we go to Mr. Myers, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to speak with the MOA attorney, who needs a second, so hold on. Mr. Chair, I think regardless of my question for the municipal attorney, I think at this point we could take action on the underlying motion. I can still ask my question. I think it would simply just be about what action might be taken should the veto be overridden.
Thank
So
you.
at this point, I would call the question
Wait,
and let's...
before you do that, let me just ask, does anyone else wish to speak on this item, or can we just proceed to the vote? There's no one else in
Okay.
the queue. Mr. Johnson, are you there?
Yes.
All right, seeing that we're all here on the question of the motion to override, members may proceed to vote.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-2 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the veto of AR 2024-103 has been overridden. Next, we're going to do something a little out of order. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent that we take up the confirmation of Shay Throop, just so that he and his family can be a brief interlude of joy in the middle of this very contentious moment. And so let me find that item on the agenda. It is item 11A. So 11A is Assembly Memorandum 240-2024. Executive appointment confirmation hearing, Shay Throop. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Volland, a second by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just very briefly, we have already been working with Mr. Throop, so it is exciting to potentially, depending on the outcome of the vote, of course, welcome him to this position on a permanent basis. And then I just want to say, we are a challenging city to maintain and to operate, and that continues to be true even as our maintenance needs outpace our ability to pay for them. So it is a challenging job, so thank you for stepping up, and we look forward, or at least I look forward to working with you and trying to figure out how we can actually keep our city maintained. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And, I've been giving a talk out in the community lately about the subject of perception versus reality. And the perception of our business as a city and here in this chamber and all the people who are executives in this municipality, which Mr. Throop is seeking to be confirmed to, is that we're always fighting and disagreeable, and it's always contentious, so nobody agrees. And I want to point out that we went through our consent agenda and approved scores and scores of items, all unanimously on one vote, and that the majority of our work is unanimous in the furtherance of the mission of the municipality in the interests of our taxpayers and neighbors. And there are many department heads, and of course, this office is probably the most public-facing in the end when it comes down to it, because this is who is out there plowing the snow. This is who is out there filling the potholes. This is who is out there in an emergency basis cleaning up a problem that no one else can get to because they have all the big equipment. And this is a very essential department for the muni. And so despite the tensions that we're in the middle of right now and that the public really picks up on, I want to honor the people who do stand up and serve this municipality and live up to the oath that they swear when they stand after being confirmed. And so, for my part, I look forward to the vote on this because I believe it will demonstrate the best of our city, and it will make sure that as we go forward, we are able to have somebody, the assembly knows who to call when something's broken. And so, on that, I would ask members to proceed to vote.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 240-2024 has passed the body. Congratulations, Mr. Throop, for being confirmed as the Maintenance and Operations Director. We will now take just a few minutes to set up and swear in, have your family come down, and swear your oath of office. If your family's here and they're not too bashful, they can come down.
I solemnly swear
I solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
of Director of Maintenance and Operations
of Director and Maintenance of Operations
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
No.
So before we do that, there's one last feel-good item. Mr. Hurt has asked that we do what I failed to do earlier in the meeting, and that is acknowledge any students who are here. Are there any students here left from the school district? And then the Boy Scout troop to come on down and say hi to us. And I believe you may be here to earn a badge, so maybe earn your badge right now. Come on down. Tell us your name, what troop you're with, and why you're here.
Hello, my name is Michael Mason, and I'm from Troop 229, and I'm here to receive the, to complete one of the requirements for the citizenship and the community merit badge.
Hello. Hello.
You can pull it down. Yeah.
Hello, and my name is Elizabeth Mason. I am from Troop 229, and I'm here. I'm here to achieve citizenship in the community merit badge.
Well, thank you very much for attending, and I think you can say you earned your badge. And it's not always this spicy, but it's always interesting. So come back and see it again sometime in the future, and it'll make a little more sense. So glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I had a question for the municipal attorney. I'm going to let her finish her consultation first, though. I had a question for the municipal attorney. We went ahead and finished item 12A, and we did vote to override the veto of the subpoenas. My question goes to whether or not we need to possibly take action on those subpoenas, and it is whether or not we have found any resolution towards getting assembly members these documents tonight without having to sign a confidentiality agreement, because we are, or I am at least stating, we are bound under the common interest agreement without having to go into executive session and without an in-camera review.
Ms. Helser.
Through the chair, I appreciate Member Zolotel's suggestion. For the record, I heard at the work session that the intent was to make these public. That's not to say that every member on the body agreed with that. That was a statement through Assembly Council that was made publicly that I in my duty to protect the municipality, felt the need to rely on. That said, I now understand that you are all agreeing to keep these confidential. Is that a correct understanding?
I can commit for myself that I am agreeing to keep these confidential. Whether or not the body takes later action collectively would be a public action, and it would be subject to getting your advice in that moment.
Because there are 3 parties to this agreement, my only concern is that I would want to run this by these other parties to make sure they don't have any concern with that. I do not have any concern with that, hearing you state this on the record publicly, but because there are 2 parties that are not here, or I don't know if they're here, my suggestion is that we make sure that they don't have any objection and to the best degree possible, protect the municipality. So if the body is willing to wait for that.
Mr. Salt has raised a point of order. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. As I see the queue light up, have not we moved on this item?
Right, and so I share the same question, and I think Ms. Zelatel was proper and fair to ask this question, but I think that what we ought to do is take that as a conclusory statement and then see where that goes and then move on to the next item so that we're following the proper order. So I think that the question is not yet resolved. So, but that said, next on the agenda we have item 12B. So, item 12B. Assembly action on mayoral veto of ordinance number AO 2024-28 as amended in ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 3.20.070, 25.20.020, 25.30.020, 26.30.025, and inserting a new section 26.40.090 to require assembly approval of actions to acquire or dispose of property rights to water, mineral, wind or solar resources under the Fish and Wildlife Program for the Eklutna Hydro Power Project and restoration of continuous water flows to the Eklutna River. What's the will of the body?
Move to override the veto.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zelatel to override, seconded by Mr. Bolland. Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you. So I believe this one is a much more simple item. I think it really boils down to the conversation we had when we passed the ordinance, which is, as it stands today with this currently vetoed, if it's not in place, what exists is an opportunity for Chugach Electric and MEA to dictate the terms of our contribution, what it will be, and frankly, how we'll do it, and we'll dedicate or require municipal resources without going through the proper procedure. And so what I believe the veto override does is restore the proper procedures necessary to acquire or dispose of property rights, as well as other interests of the municipality, and clearly kind of underscores it is only us who can levy property taxes, because my biggest concern is without this ordinance, this deal goes to the governor, he signs it, and we turn around and from 2 utilities, we get a bill and they say, you gotta pay it. And we told everyone you were gonna pay it with property taxes. And I just don't wanna be in that position. I do want to say I had a great conversation with the municipal manager, trying to come up with some creative ways to fill this hydropower seat. I suggested maybe we had a term contractor, or we could put someone on contract so we could take this vote question out of the mix, solve something, and I know he was going to take that back and investigate it. So I just want you to know that that effort to work collaboratively on that question is still underway, and I think it is a part of this equation, but I think we still need to take this action tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I support override of this veto. I just want to briefly comment on the framing in the veto memo around operational decisions, because that really struck me as really a misunderstanding of what we're talking about and the type of decisions that we're talking about. To my understanding, what we are talking about is rate setting. We're talking about property tax levy. We are talking about utility, specifically rate setting, which as I understand it, is something that does come for assembly approval. And also that we are ultimately talking about policy decisions around capital infrastructure, capital projects and infrastructure. In this case, we are talking about whether to remove a piece of infrastructure rather than building something that doesn't exist. But all of those things are things that the Assembly directly interacts with on a policy level, and that is separate from operations, which is the day-to-day operation of an organization. And I can understand why there's been confusion around that, because really there's been major gaps in operational leadership and in operational actions by this administration and by the lack of staff, by the fact that we have several acting directors for many, many months in positions where there's supposed to be confirmed people. And really, when those gaps happen, us on the Assembly have to fill them, getting things on the agenda to make sure that shelter gets funded, for example. And I understand that I'm going farther afield of this subject, but I want to just use these as examples to say that operations has become muddy, and it is because of the situation we're in this city. But that does not mean that the Assembly does not have a role in what is ultimately a policy decision. So again, I want to be clear about what operations are, what policy is, and then where our lane is supposed to be. We are trying to occupy the lane that we are supposed to be in. And just briefly, I want to comment on confidentiality. I do intend to keep those documents confidential. There is much that I have been privy to, confidential information on other subjects as well, that you have not heard me share with the public. Issues with the municipality, issues with other clients, issues that I've heard from former and current employees about other things that are happening in this city that I wish could be public and are not. So just to say, I intend to hold that promise, and I intend to override this veto. Thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I hope members have had an opportunity to read the memo relating to the override. And to the clerk, I would direct that the memo is associated with both items, 12A and 12B, because it's drafted, there's a theme here. And I just want to, I won't read a lot, but read a few things that I think are important to put into the record. The mayor's veto message speaks that history is instructive, and I agree. The Assembly's role in the municipal government is to articulate and codify policy for the municipality. The administration asserted that the executive branch held the power to make policy agreements and executive agreements relating to the 1994 and 1991 agreements. This is a grossly inaccurate statement. The executive did not by right have that authority. The executive had the authority because the Assembly granted it. The mayor described previous mayors as having signed documents on behalf of the municipality relating to Eklutna, that those actions were valid and binding. However, if you look closely, the Assembly was involved in every one of those decisions. In 1987, Mayor Knowles presented the prospect of purchasing the Eklutna hydropower project. He requested both public hearings and the official endorsement of the Assembly and passage of a resolution in advance. After that, Mayor Fink presented the purchase agreement to the Assembly and requested the authority from them to sign on behalf of the municipality. The mayor did not inherently have the authority to sign, only because the legislative branch granted it. The actions of those previous mayors were valid and binding not because they were inherent. And in fact, the lesson that I learned sitting in this dais, a couple of us were here when it happened. The major sale that created this joint, whatever you want to call it, agreement that none of us have seen, was the transaction of ML&P to Chugach Electric. The term sheet of that project was brought to the Assembly in advance of the initiation of the conclusion of the sale and was presented by ordinance. The Assembly agreed, and instead, in this case, what we're seeing is an administration that operates under the premise that they have every right to do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. And so now, history being instructive. By way of comparison, we should examine the actions of this administration, not just with regard to the Eklutna Lake, but management of other public utilities and public finances as a whole. It was this mayor who disregarded the code requirement and unilaterally discontinued the fluoridation of our water supply as required under AMC 2640-050, without consideration that it isn't his authority, but it's the Assembly's authority to make those decisions. It is also timely tonight that we talk about the fact that the mayor ignored the authority of the Assembly over contracts under the municipal code and illegally executed a multi-million-dollar contract on a tent purported to shelter human beings, but as we know, lacked approval with our Title 23 building code requirements for snow and wind load. But we spent those millions of dollars because we were told you would be sued if you don't. This body's authority was taken by executive action that was illegal, but we just had to deal. And just most recently, it's this mayor who ignored our state legislative program, took sections of it, amended and changed it.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Myers?
Is any of this really necessary? Can we just move on and call the question?
No, Mr. Constant has the floor. You could get in the queue to call the question. Please continue, Mr. Constant.
All of these actions undermine his own government, betray the people of Anchorage, and violate the code. And now, this administration has clandestinely negotiated and is attempting to bind the municipality to a series of agreements implicating tens of millions of taxpayer and ratepayer funds, access to drinking water for decades for the municipality, and directly in opposition to the codes and resolutions of this body. These actions are being done without informing the public of the substance and effect of the agreements that they're being bound to. And as you saw earlier, we're continuing to struggle to bring to light the records that are needed to demonstrate that these projects that are being approved without consent of the governing body are actually in the best interest. All we have at this time is the advice of our municipal attorney to suggest that this is in the interest. History is instructive indeed, and I would ask my peers to join me in overriding these vetoes, correcting the mistake that we've seen, and getting us back on track so we can have a fair and honest debate about the resources, assets, and future of the municipality as we should. I urge your support. Ms. Helzer.
Through the chair, I don't have any comment. That must have been a mistake on my part. Thank you.
There's no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Johnson, are you on the phone?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
On a vote of 8-3 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-28 as amended has passed the body. You're right. I'm sorry. I'll say that again. On a vote of 8-3 and the youth member voting yes, the Assembly has overridden the veto of AO 2024-28 as amended. And I think it's proper now that we take our dinner break.
There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can say about it. I tried to meditate about it. I even tried to pray about it. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. I used to lean on my pride, but I don't have any left. I put my heart to the side, I kept it all to myself. Who cares? Playing the cards that I'm dealt. No fair, did it without any help. Daddy taught me well, never be proud of myself. Life was a living hell, I started doubting myself. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. Something is telling me it won't be clear until I look in the mirror. I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode, I'll let go before I explode. Before I explode. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Won't walk around with my head down. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. Sometimes it feels like I'ma drown. I work through the trauma till everything's okay. I'll let go
You're a good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. You ask how my day went after I said you didn't ask how my day was. You're a good boy. You think I'm prettier when I smile. You're a good boy. You say how you feel even when you're not drunk. You're a good boy. You confess girls play guitar just as good as boys. Good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. You're a good boy. You don't let me walk home alone. You patiently wait to get out of the friend zone. You're a good boy. You stop thinking there were girls who weren't like other girls. You're a good boy. Admit you're a feminist in a room full of women. You're a good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that. You swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy.
All right, next on the agenda, we have item 10B3.
Mr. Chair, I move to change the order of the day.
Okay.
I'd like to move to take up items 10B3 and 10C2 after 14B.
Second.
And I can give a rationale.
10D as in dog?
B as in boy and C as in Charlie.
10C2. Okay, so there's a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 10B3 and 10C2 after item 14A?
After 14B.
After 14B. Okay, once, I'll say it again. Oh, clerk got it. She's better than I am tonight. So, moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any objection to the motion? I'm hearing and seeing none. The order of the day has been changed. So we will take up 10B3 and 10C2 after 14B, which then brings us to Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move D1, 10D1 through 10D11, and 10G1 and 10G2, move to postpone those in a group to the meeting of July 16.
Second.
Procedurally, I think items 10G1 and 10G2 require a different process because on the consent agenda, we already moved them and set them for their next process, but we can reconsider them and then do the same action. Oh, they were pulled? Never mind. I'm misstated. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to do that again. We have a motion to approve 10D1 through 10D11, 10G1.
Move to postpone.
10G2. Okay, a move to postpone. So the motion is to postpone to the meeting of July 16, 10D1 through 10D11, 10G1, 10G2. And it was moved by Mr. Presverdia and seconded by Ms. Alto. So, Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just a few comments, and I think Ms. Alto wants to add some comments as well. This is a significant number of appointments that I think requires more time for us to thoroughly review. So I would appreciate more time. We are also in a period of transition. We're currently in an election, and I think that it's important that we really can consider these as appointments and the role that they're going to play on each one of these commissions. And so I would appreciate my colleagues supporting the move to postpone these to give us more time to thoroughly review them and consider them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. I have a number of people in the queue. We'll start with Mr. Claes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have Mr. Byrd respond to this, please. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the administration, as you know, Mr. Chair, since I think March of last year has been encouraged by the body to make sure that we are bringing forward good citizen appointments for our boards and commissions. It's a citizen role, and I'd like to recognize Richard Whitney from our office, who has done just a great job finding great appointments. And these 11 that are now being sought to be postponed by Member Perez-Verdia are some of the same caliber of folks we've seen. We've got teachers in here, we've got UAA professors, we've got folks who work in social work, we've got at least 3 current or former municipal employees who are not serving on boards that would affect their employment. But one of them, this body recognized, Christine Bonnell, just last year with a resolution commending her for her long years of service as a municipal employee. They are great appointments. They are not partisan. They are ordered to serve this city on the boards and commissions that they've been nominated for. The idea that this body needs to take another 3 months to examine them, the administration rejects that position. We are happy to talk about any of them tonight, but these are great appointments, and the administration opposes the postponement. With regard to the election, I don't, clearly the administration rejects the idea that because there's an election, somehow the mayor is supposed to stop doing the role that's given him in the charter. And I think members of this body probably would agree as well. Just because there's an election, you don't want the mayor to stop doing his job. He would not be fulfilling his oath of office if he did so. So we reject that portion of the argument as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I could respond to just briefly.
There are a lot of people in the queue.
Very brief, I promise.
Okay, very briefly.
Just want to be very clear that my motion to postpone has nothing to do with the qualifications of the people on this list. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Sorry, now you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I have a clarification question on intent for items 10 Golf 1 and 10 Golf 2. Is the intent that we have the public hearing on these two items at the meeting of July 16th? Okay, then I would suggest that, although one could argue this may be quibbling, I would suggest then that for those two particular items, you just need to change the public hearing date. Not, is it not? It's a 10...
It's a public comment period.
Oh, yeah.
And so therefore
right.
just postponing it should just postpone the public comment period.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
All right. Next, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. So a couple of points on this. Mr. Perez Ferdia had pulled these items. I had the same intention. So boards and commissions, we've continued, like we get in this routine and we just make appointments over and over. And I think it's really been highlighted with the Public Safety Advisory Commission and frankly some work the sponsors of the Home Initiative have been doing with the Planning and Zoning Commission, that I'm not sure that every board and commission that we just routinely keep rotating people through is necessarily the best thing. I would like time to examine boards and commissions, go through the list, and question what role they play in advising the assembly. Because frankly, we don't hear from most of these, ever. Right? There are adjudicatory boards we hear from. We hear from the Budget Advisory Commission because they have a standing report. But we're not getting a lot of resolutions, policy recommendations. And so for me, I think this gives us time to have a work session in June to do that. I frankly think that the election is a valid reason. This is an unprecedented runoff. So it does put our government in a bit of a transitionary period. No one is saying the mayor is not discharging his charter duty. He brought forth the appointments. That's great. It's up to us on when we want to act on those and under what circumstances. And I think it is very valid to take a little bit of a wait and see posture. I don't think that wait and see posture should apply to very necessary and business that keeps the municipality running, but none of these appointments is crucial or critical to a particular municipal service moving forward, to a development moving forward specifically. None of these were on the must-pass list tonight from the administration, meaning none of these are so key as that they are necessary to make quorum in the near future. So I think, if we were in different circumstances, there might be a different tact, but these are the circumstances we're in, and I hope you can support the motion. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to speak briefly about priorities and then also efficient use of government time. Excuse me. First, in terms of priorities, it's interesting, and I understand that there are different departments, there are different people who perform these functions, but it's interesting to me that all of these made it on the regular agenda, and yet the first quarter budget revisions did not. That they were laid on the table, we received them about 3 hours, actually not even 3 hours in advance. I believe we received them at 4:30 today. Granted, those are for introduction, but again, I really want to understand what the priorities are. If the priority is to get the budget passed, to keep shelter open, to do all these other things that we've talked about, those are things that did not make it on the regular agenda, or if they did, it was because of assembly action to get them on the agenda, working with departments. And so again, I want to say, that I would like to see a different set of priorities given all of the urgent issues that we have. That said, I do appreciate these appointments. I am also not speaking against any of the individuals. But I also question whether the municipality can continue to support the structure that we've built of all these boards and commissions. I used to serve on one of them. Back in 2021, we had to fight with staff to even get a meeting, to get a briefing on the agenda, or, sorry, a briefing on the budget, which is, and this was for the Budget Advisory Commission. I've heard of other boards, even this year, who have had trouble meeting because staff have not made it a priority for them to meet. These boards cannot meet in an open meeting without staff support, especially those that need to be noticed. They need to be recorded, and basically they can't function without staff. And because we keep hearing that that things are short-staffed, then I do wonder, can we look at more efficiencies in terms of having fewer boards, combining these boards? These are all the kinds of questions that I would love to have at a work session in June, so I very much support that. But I just want to be clear that we have created a structure that we can't maintain, and I think it's been this kind of ongoing conversation and looking at the appointments as if making appointments is the way that you make those boards function, and it's not. They need attention, they need staff support, they need a purpose, and they really need to be, I believe, looked at again as we continue to add boards to the municipality. Anyway, all of that to say, I believe that we should have a larger conversation about boards and commissions. We have already started that, and I think we need to ask ourselves what is the number of boards and the number of seats that we can support, because it is not just appointing people, it's making sure that they are performing the functions and that they have the support to perform those functions. And what we've seen the last few years, especially, is that that has not always been the case for many of these boards. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
I would like to just move this group forward. I looked through them and I didn't have any objections. I especially know a couple of them personally and know they're hardworking, fantastic individuals, and I know that Mr. Perez-Verdia explained that's not his reasoning, but I feel like there is no reason to hold these folks back from their commissions.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thanks. A lot of great reasons given as always, but I'm just going to say I feel that this is just simply a tactic to delay it till we see a new mayor. Time will tell, because I'm sure this will get postponed. So we'll see if the same people are brought forward or not. We'll see if we actually cut back on the number of commissions. We'll see if they get the support going forward. And I'm not arguing the tactic. I don't think it's a bad tactic if I was trying to do that, but I'm just going to call it what it is. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to comment on a couple of things. I don't think that the runoff is unprecedented. Not that that has anything to do with this. I agree with Mr. Solt's comments. I think this is a tactic. What I'm concerned about is creating a culture where we're not going to have people who want to volunteer on this board. Prior to sitting in this chair here, I sat on this dais on a different board, and we had a hard time finding people to serve on that board. I also sat on Board of Equalization. We all remember earlier this year we had a hard time finding people to serve on both of those. So I am agreeing with Ms. Bronga. I think we need to move these candidates forward. I think it's time to do that and encourage people to continue to apply for boards and commissions. So,
thank you, Mr. Collis, for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a moment, if I might, to respond to Member Brawley's comments regarding priorities. I think I'm sure all members know that the Management Budget Department doesn't play any role in filling boards and commissions. And I know that probably Ms. Lechner would be the first one to say that she would much rather have desired this be on the regular agenda or the addendum. I can also say that over the past 2 weeks, I've received emails from Ms. Lechner and her staff on weekends, 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, 4 in the morning. Ms. Lechner, I would venture to say, is probably putting in on the order of 75 or 80 hours a week to get the 1Q budget revisions done. So I think it's important to just make the statement that the fact that these were laid on the table had nothing to do with priorities or intention or anything else by the Department of Management and Budget. Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a tough one for me because I do think that there are some really qualified appointees here, and I will say specifically to Mr. Bird's point about Ms. Bunnell, I think Christina's eminently qualified to be on the Public Naming Commission, and I know as one of the co-sponsors on that project, I was grateful to have the support of my colleagues for creating that public naming commission. So I know that that is very much a commission that is supported by the Assembly, and we would not want to do away with in the foreseeable future, or at least I don't think we would. I could almost see us separating that one out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to go on this one because there are some really qualified folks, but I understand the desire to look at which boards and commissions may be either duplicative or inactive. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks, and I will say that I appreciate the work of the Office of Management and Budget and the staff. I do want to clarify that what I'm speaking of is the mayor is the chief executive of the city and sets direction and sets priorities, and that should flow down to where staff time is spent. The other comment is that I appreciate the comments about it's hard to find people to serve on these boards. I've been contacted by probably a couple dozen people at this point, people who have been applied to different boards, and this is over the last couple years, and were not chosen. And that's not to say that I should dictate who is chosen or that anybody who applies should automatically be put on a board, but it should be stated that there are many people who have tried to volunteer for many of these boards and have not been chosen over the last 3 years. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to articulate that I think there's a difference between our role with respect to confirmations or moving appointments forward and the question of reviewing whether or not we want the boards or certain boards or commissions to exist, and reviewing all of them, which I think is a worthwhile endeavor. But I think those two are very different, fundamentally different points that were articulated as kind of connected today. And I don't think that our potential advancing of the slate, for example, and they're all individual actions, precludes us from also reviewing boards and commissions' efficacy and whether or not we want to continue those particular boards or commissions in terms of a review. So I will also articulate the words of Member Volan and say it's difficult for me, but my value of consistency is that I tend to defer to the appointments. I tend to believe that the municipal processes keep going, but our role of oversight is still defined, and we don't lose that, and so we still have the ability to review all of the boards and commissions and with or without any changes to administrations. And so I don't want to be predictive of the future, but I do believe that we can move forward tonight from my vantage point.
Ms. Alto.
Thanks. One of the reasons I support this motion is it doesn't pick. It's everyone, and it's consistent with the two items in the G, which are for public comment. So while there might be really good appointees here, I support several of them. It's the idea that we are taking a step back, and I think it's a ripe time for this conversation because when we just keep rolling through and putting people on these commissions, we don't take the time to step back. It is only when the Public Safety Advisory Commission has accidentally sunset on us that we are taking the time to go back and look at that one. So it gives us some motivation and some reason. And if we are going to make policy changes about what we are looking for in these boards and commissions, if that is the intent, if that is what comes out of that conversation, that could change what these boards and commissions look like. And it might not be what these folks are signing up for. So I do see them linked because I really want a robust conversation. I want to hear more from boards and commissions. I want them to bring us policy ideas, and I feel like all of that has really been lacking. And it would be for several of these: historic preservation, military and veterans affairs, public naming commission. These are ones, Anchorage Women's Commission, right? I would love for them all to bring forward policies we care about, ideas, that fit with our priorities. We are extremely busy, and if we're just relying on only what our 12 minds can think of, we're selling ourselves short. And so I want to bring that brain trust to the fold. And I think in order to do that, we need to have a conversation. We need to invite representatives of these commissions to a work session and figure out where we're going to land. And frankly, I've been on this body now 5 years. We keep kicking this can down the road. And so sometimes you kind of got to pump the brakes to create the catalyst that's going to get you to take the action. I think that's long overdue. Thanks.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I just want to respond to one piece, and that is that, I do think there's real evidence that there's a misalignment between the appointments that have been made and the purpose of these commissions. And I think that the public safety is a great example. When you review the purpose, the charter that is built for, it's very clear. It's very clear why that was created. To voice concerns of the community, to be a commission that is representative of the community, to bring concerns forward so that they can be heard by the Assembly and by the administration. And it's clear that the appointments on that commission were not made under that idea, under that charter. So I would argue that I think there is a problem here. There's a problem with a misalignment between who were assigning to these commissions and the purpose of them. And again, this has nothing to do with the slate of people. I think there's some absolutely wonderful people on this slate. But I do think it's fair to say, let's take some time, let's take a step back and relook at these. There's no rush. As Ms. Zolotel said, there's no rush for these appointments. We can wait a couple of months and make sure that we're making correct appointments. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this motion to postpone. Thank you.
So the mayor's representative has already spoken twice to the matter, so not eligible to the floor again. And Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in light of both Member Zolotel's and Member Perez-Verdia's comments, I agree with a lot of those comments, and that we do need to take sort of a hard look at some of these commissions. However, I think the one outlier is the Public Naming Commission, and I just think that because this body had a very robust conversation on the creation of and the vision for that commission, and we had very specific qualifications that we put into that ordinance, one of which was a member with expertise in historic preservation. Ms. Bunnell, she staffed the Historic Preservation Commission for 12 years. She's a planner. I don't know, I just think that one, we've had the conversation. We had it quite recently. So I guess my request would be to the mover of this motion to maybe amend the motion to take that one out. And if not amenable, I think I would move to bifurcate if that's allowed.
I have myself in the queue briefly before you can make that motion again.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would just offer, with that one in particular, there's actually several on the list that I will support. And I love their respect, their friends, their people are really good people. Mm-hmm. And with relationship to Christine, Ms. Bunnell, what's interesting is this will be the first appointee to this commission. And so even if there was a delay of a couple months, there is nothing to stop a group of assembly members of convening with her to actually begin the groundwork of what does this look like, because what we're setting her up for right now is a commission without peers. She'll be a member of one. And so it seems like if, in fact, this is the individual the Assembly wants to go with, it's not a matter of if it's today or if it's in 60 days. What matters is if she's on the table for appointment, you can start meeting with her and start mapping out how it would actually work. Because in my time on this Assembly, I think it's rare that a commission is created. There was only one, I think it's the Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board, and it just really, it never achieved, in my opinion, its mission, and it wasn't structured properly. And so what I see is even if a motion to bifurcate doesn't happen, or if this does pass with the way it's written to be down the road, there's a real opportunity there to work with someone that is trusted to help craft a mission, to help craft kind of a workflow. So to me, there's an option there, despite any decisions. So if you want, you have the floor. Mr. Bond, you have the floor.
I'm looking at Member Perez Verdia. Are you amenable to changing your motion, or shall I make a separate motion?
I'm definitely. I mean, I agree with you. I was planning to reach out to her as well and to begin working with her. So I think if that would help, I think that I'm happy to amend my motion and remove that one appointment. I think that particular commission is very clear in terms of what the purpose is, and it's very clear in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, and I would agree with you that is an outlier in this mix. So if my seconder would agree, then I'm fine with pulling that one out.
So that item is 10D8, so that one is removed. 10D1 through 10D7, and then 10D9 through 10D11. And 10G1 and 10G2. Okay, no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed to July 16th. On a motion of 7-3, the motion to postpone is passed. The youth member votes
Yes.
yes. Those items will be back in the first meeting in July. So next we have item 10D8. 10D8, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. I guess I should read it. Summary Memorandum 320-2024, Public Naming Commission of Christine Renee Bennell. Okay. Now members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 320-2024 has passed the body. Next we have item 10D17. 10D17 is Assembly Memorandum AM 295-2024, recommendation of award to Sala Medical LLC, Sala to provide professional Anchorage Safety Patrol and Anchorage Safety Center operator services for the municipality. This item was pulled by Ms. Zalatel. You have the floor.
Thank you. I move to postpone to the special meeting of April 30th.
Second.
So Ms. Zalatel makes a motion to postpone. Is that Ms. Brawley? Ms. Brawley seconds. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So when I looked at this item, part of the fund stack for the 24 operations is a reappropriation of alcohol tax, which would be subject to reappropriation by us. So this gives us the opportunity to go through that process of reappropriation and then take the item up. With the budget just being introduced tonight, we don't have the context for that reappropriation, and so it gives us a chance to walk through the budget procedures. We did reach out to the health department. This contract is currently set to expire on the 15th of April, but there are extensions under the current contract that are allowed, and there is funding that is currently allowed that can be used for those extensions that aren't subject to our reappropriation. I want to thank Ms. Rash for working with us when we spotted that this was going to be an issue. And really, it's just an order of operations. The underlying item as to who's operating ASP or that, this is the right way to go isn't the subject of this. It's just getting the order of operations right. Reappropriation, so we can take that in the context, determine if that's the will of the body, is that a reappropriation, and then take up the contract thereafter. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you briefly to Mr. Thurn, our CFO, for answering my questions, because I also had some questions and concerns about the funding pieces, and then also to Ms. Rash and the Health Department for being responsive and able to clarify that we won't see an interruption in operations for the next really a couple weeks until we can take this up. And I also just want to be very clear in case we see another press release come out that says otherwise. I believe that all members of this body support and want to see the continuation of the safety center and the safety patrol. This is a postponement so that we can deal with it in the proper order, because that is what we do when we budget and appropriate, and then we deal with contracts. So thank you very much. I urge support.
Anyone else? Zoe, seeing and hearing none.
Mr. Chair, point of information, I think some of our...
It just went down. So, Adrian, we can take a voice vote on this item. Members may proceed to vote. So we'll go ahead and go through the queue on the vote for this item.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Chair Constant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zolotel?
Yes.
Member Bronga?
Yes.
Member Voland?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
This passes 10-0.
On a vote of 10 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, this passes AM 295-2024. So, yeah, 10E3 was one not to be moved at the request of the administration. Next, we have 10E4. 10E4 is AR 2024-112, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving an amendment to the 2024 capital improvement budget. Capital improvement budget of the Anchorage Community Development Authority and appropriating $215,796 from the ACDA General Fund to purchase lots 4 and 5, Block 3, Smith Subdivision Number 1, 202 and 204 East Firewood Lane, and to purchase 2 fourplexes from J-Bear for the Attainable Housing Project. What's the will of the body? I'm sorry, who pulled this up? Ms. Zalatil, sorry.
Thank you. I move to postpone to the meeting of April 23rd.
Okay, so there is a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatil.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brawley. The motion is to postpone to April 23rd. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I would just like more information from ACDA. I would like a work session, and I believe there's room for one on the 19th. Really want to know a little bit more about these 2 fourplexes from J-Bear. What kind of shape are they in? Just lots of questions. And it's both purchase of lots and fourplexes, so I want to know how this coincides with the prior action we took for disposal of a lot on Fireweed to ACDA. I think we just made it available for them to purchase. I just need it put in the broader context, and as housing is a really important topic for this assembly, I really want to also know a little bit more about this use of the word attainable housing and exactly what that will mean. So just time for a work session so Mr. Robbins can come in and give us a full presentation. Thank you.
That's fine. So at this point, the system is back, but the queue is being wonky. So would you try to get in the queue and see what happens, Ms. Bronca? There you go. It worked. Ms. Bronca, you have the floor.
I was super excited to see this because I pictured these apartments would probably be very affordable, and we were wanting to have some information about what would happen on those fireweed lots. And I just feel like as much as we talk about the crisis for housing, then we move this further down the road, and I trust that Mr. Robbins has a great plan, and I wish we'd just go forward with this.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am open to the potential of postponing for a work session. I would like to hear more about this. I'm excited about it. I will say that. I think, I'm a big fan of small multifamily, triplexes and fourplex. So having more of that on Fireweed, especially when there's a plan in the works to make Fireweed more pedestrian friendly, I think that could be really cool. So would love to learn more about it. Interested in the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also agree with some of my colleagues that this appears to be an exciting proposal. Support the idea, also support postponement so that we can have a work session. We have been fairly consistent as a body that we want to understand what the plans are before we just say, yeah, go ahead, which, brings me back to echoing off what Member Bronga said, by and large, our job is to trust but verify. And so this postponement will allow us to do that. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Martinez, sorry there. Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to put on the record that it is a very normal process for something to come before this body to be postponed for a work session, especially when we're talking about property, we're talking about development. And so I don't think that the postponement to a work session, which is part of a work production, necessarily means that we're not adhering to the value of making sure that we are moving aggressively on housing in our community. So I would support the overall production process that is very standard, and I believe that Mr. Robbins and other folks would be amenable to going into a work session as kind of is a basic normal part of the process, generally speaking, as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I would just note for folks that this morning in our leadership meeting, we did schedule a work session on this item because it was requested. We scheduled it for pretty early on the 19th, which I'm told there is another external meeting that some members are going to go to. So it was the alcohol tax strategic planning meeting. So it will be available for people to listen to before the next meeting. So it's a 2-week delay, not any further, because the work session is already available and the time is allotted. Just for order of the operation. So anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7-3, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-112 has been postponed to the meeting of April 23rd with the work session April 19th. Next, we have all right, so I think, thank goodness it's not the latest it's ever been. We just concluded with the consent agenda. There have been other meetings, so now we move on to the rest of our agenda. So we've already taken up item 11A, so the next item on the agenda is 11B and 11C. So there was no motion pending on either of these, but these are Public Safety Advisory Commission nominations to a commission that actually sunsetted and doesn't exist.
Point of information.
Yes.
The agenda states that there was a motion to approve on 11B.
Right. Oh, yeah. There is a motion to approve there and not a motion. So I'm just explaining first what's happening for both 11B and 11C is that we don't have a commission right now. So there is a motion to approve, but I believe it's in order for a motion to postpone indefinitely. If someone would
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Yeah, first, I need to read it. The vice chair prompts, which is good. And again, this has nothing to do with the members who are appointed. And in fact, one of them is somebody, who I have a conflict with. Yes. So I won't take up the next item. 11B, AM 251, 2024, Public Safety Advisory Commission, Cody Anderson. Now, is there a motion?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Ms. Brawley moves. Mr. Vaughn seconds. The motion is to postpone indefinitely. I'd like to seek unanimous consent. Hearing seeing no objection, that motion carries. AM 251-2024 has been postponed indefinitely. And Ms. Alatel, chair, I'm going to say again, I've been previously found to have a conflict because of my business relationship with Mr. Piper.
Yes, Mr. Constant, you are excused. Item 11C, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 252-2024, Public Safety Advisory Commission, Anthony Piper, Mayor's Office. There's currently no motion pending.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second. Point of information.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Is it accurate that we have appointments that we're taking action on now that to a board, a commission that has been sunsetted?
Yes, as the chair explained on the previous item, that's why the request is to postpone these indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was moved by Mr. Volin, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Byrd, are you in the queue?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I just want to Member Rivera's point, Member Martinez's point, and the other points that have been made about the Public Safety Advisory Commission. Item 10G8, which was for introduction tonight, was to revivify the Public Safety Advisory Commission. So that has been postponed, as you know, Madam Chair, but that would have been before the body at the next meeting. We obviously oppose the move to postpone indefinitely. I understand that legally it's not proper, but at the same time, it needs to be said, this advisory commission did submit a resolution to this body that was accepted in January of this year. This is a commission that was doing good work. They were dealing with homelessness issues and giving their advice, which could be taken or left by this body. This is a commission that's active, and the administration rejects the idea that it needs to be postponed past the July date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Next in the queue, I have Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to state what I previously did, which is that there is an intent to have a discussion about the Public Safety Advisory Commission. Currently, it does not exist, and if we postpone indefinitely, it does not preclude any of the names that have been brought forward for this commission to be brought forward again. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. That item passes 8-1. Mr. Constant may return.
Next up, we have item 11D. 11D is AR 2024-99, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly in support of House Bill 254 in the state legislature prohibiting publishing or distributing pornography to minors on the internet. There's no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, so we postponed this item from the March 19th meeting with the purpose of bringing this to the Legislative Committee for discussion because as something where we are taking a position on a state legislative item, well, we wanted to have a conversation. What does this bill do? What is its intent? And then also, what is the nexus with municipal priorities? Because there's certainly a lot of legislation, for example, that I feel strongly about personally, that I would not necessarily see as appropriate or having a clear nexus with the municipality. So I want to say a couple things very briefly before I get into what we discussed. First, and this is the discussion we had in the committee, we should separate the conversation about whether or not we believe that it is appropriate for minors to have access to pornography from whether or not this bill will do what it's intended to do and whether it is a good bill. And so I want to have that conversation separately. And again, because we've seen on many topics, a conflation of a discussion about the feasibility of something, the appropriateness of something, the legality of something from the underlying issue, which has an emotional weight to it, right? So I want to state clearly, I do not believe that minors should have access to pornography, and I do not believe that anybody in the discussion that we had before would disagree with that statement. So I want to just set that aside and have a conversation about what this bill does. So what we talked about in Legislative Committee, we didn't have a lot of good legal kind of guidance from the state level because we don't have access to legislative legal memos on that point. All we know is that it was debated in a couple hearings and in a House committee. But some of the questions that were raised that I think are valid are, does this violate the U.S. Constitution in terms of freedom of speech and First Amendment rights? It gets tricky when you're talking about regulating the internet. It also may violate the state constitution in terms of right to privacy. And so those were questions that we raised about, again, the text of this bill. Another one that I raised that is more of a practical question, there are similar laws that have been passed in other states that are like this, that essentially require age verification to view adult sites. And so they require that somebody basically share a copy of their ID. And so there's questions about whether a state can regulate that, which is essentially interstate commerce, another kind of constitutional question. But also in other states, not only have these been challenged in court as being unconstitutional and being improper laws, there's also been issues where folks have said basically, this is just pushing kids to go to the dark web. So there's something called a virtual private network, a VPN. Essentially what that allows you to do is mask your IP address to pretend you're someone else, that maybe you're coming from a different country. And these are heavily marketed to children, not simply for the purpose of breaking the law, but to, for example, watch something that they can't watch in our country because of copyright laws, or to essentially, maintain their own privacy on the internet. These are heavily marketed to through Twitch streamers, through YouTube influencers, like these are targeted at kids, the companies that produce these VPNs. And so basically what has happened in other states is similar laws have been passed, and so kids essentially just find a way around it, and then they end up on sites that are even less regulated, the sites that don't regulate themselves in terms of asking, are you 18 or not before you enter. And so really the effect of this law, even though I believe it has good intent, would be to really push kids to the dark web. And I don't believe that's what we're trying to do. And so I personally do not support us taking a position on this, because it's hard for me to see how this intersects with our municipal priorities. But I also have serious concerns about whether this bill, if it was passed, would ever achieve the intent that it has. So again, I want to put that out there. That was the discussion we had, and I would urge a support to postpone this indefinitely. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thanks. So Member Brawley and I spoke, and I did watch the tape of the committee, and I'm the one that brought this forward. So I would say that I agree with postponement to get rid of any debate here, and mainly on the grounds that, if we all took issues and wanted to support specific state House bills that may not directly affect the municipality, but still sound like good ideas, we'd be here even longer than we already are. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, and this comes back to a caution Mr. Weddleton used to make a lot, and the caution lies in that, and also you don't know what happens to a bill once you've endorsed it and it's going through the sausage-making machine in Juneau, and you might find yourself signed on as a supporter of something in the end that you really don't agree to. So there are a lot of reasons why great caution is in order when it comes to taking stances on national issues that don't have a very close nexus to our work or state issues. So thank you. Members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed indefinitely. On a vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AR 2024-99 has been postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 11E, AO 2024-22, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning from R3 Mixed Residential District to R4A Multifamily Residential Mixed Use District with the Cook Subdivision Tract B, generally located northeast of Tudor, east of C, south of East 40th. Currently, there's a motion to approve on the floor. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to postpone to the meeting of April 23rd.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to postpone to April 23 by Ms. Zalatil and seconded, I think, by Mr. Rivera. I'm going to give it to you this time. This echoes. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. This is, the request to postpone is because we were unable to hold the work session that had been requested because the real estate director was not available on the day that we had scheduled the work session, so this gives us some more time to have that work session. I would like to put the request in now that when we have that work session, if there could be a clear timeline for this property, we're not going to hold you to it, but just get us in the ballpark, because my phone is ringing off the hook. What is going to happen here? So if we could just get the sequential steps of what's envisioned at that work session, that would be so great, so that I can be giving the public accurate information about kind of what the timing is, what the expectations are, and we can then inform at the work session and as we take our actions where we know we have to take action, but really just need to be clearly communicating with the public about this parcel. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll note for the members that the work session is on your calendar Friday, this Friday, 10:40 a.m. for an hour. So no one else, members may proceed to vote. Motion is postponed to April 23rd. On a vote of 9 to 1, AO 2024-22 is postponed to the meeting of April 23rd. Next, we move on to item 13A. 13A is AO 2024-20, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 8.05.015, 8.10.010, and 11.70.030 to expand and clearly define legal protections for public transit workers. The public hearing was closed on 3/5. Mr. Martinez moved to approve AO 2024-20S, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Motion to approve AO 2024-20S is on the floor. Public hearing was reopened and continued from 3/19/2024. The public hearing on this item is reopened. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. So I think that there is an S1 version that was introduced for reading, so that item is also before us. So I think the motion would be to approve the S1 version. Ms. Acton is nodding her head. Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. Motion to approve the S1 version.
Second?
Hold on. Mr. Gates. Procedural question. So if you look at the bottom of 13A on the agenda, it describes that there was a motion on the floor, but the public hearing was reopened. We also had laid on the table the S1 version. The intent is to move the S1 version. So would the proper motion be to postpone indefinitely the S version and then take up the S1 version?
So I think that you could do this a couple ways. I think that would work, what you just described, postpone indefinitely. Another maybe efficient way is the mover of the S to approve the S, for consent to withdraw his motion.
So, Mr. Martinez, would you withdraw your motion to approve for 2024-20S?
Yes.
So the motion for that has been withdrawn. Now, there's no motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, that needs consent of the body at this point. And you could ask for unanimous consent.
Yeah, I would ask for unanimous consent on that. When we come to the new motion, yes. But I'm hearing no objection from the members on the rescission of the motion, so the motion has been rescinded. So next we have no motion on the floor. We have an S1 version. Mr. Martinez, no.
Move to approve the S1 version.
Second.
So a motion to approve S1 by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a while coming, and this is, again, just to highlight for folks an opportunity to finally send a signal that our frontline transit operators, employees matter, and we want to move to demonstrate a level of safety on our transit lines as well. And so I'm excited that working in collaboration with the administration, with the municipal attorney's office, and with Director Acton, who's here today for any questions that we may have. I think there may have been a couple of questions last time that the S1 version has addressed. And so I'd look forward to hoping that my colleagues approve and move forward on this. Thank you, Chair.
I don't see anyone else. Thank you. I would just offer one last thing, just procedural notes, that the S1 version was introduced at the last meeting, so it was in the stack for members of the public if they wanted to testify on it here tonight. And we didn't have anyone, so it's proper, even though we had to rescind the S in motion. So with that, hearing and seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes, AO 2024-20 S1 has passed the body. Next we have item 13B, AO 2024-26, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 15.20.020 prohibiting homeless camps within 10 blocks of any licensed homeless shelter. Before we open the public hearing, Ms. Zalato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As previously declared, when this item originally came before us, as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition in Homelessness, we have taken a position and in fact worked with the administration on crafting a version of this, not necessarily the version before you.
All right, so it was previously determined that you have a conflict on this item, so I hope you brought headphones and something to read. Yep. With that now, we have, again, item 13B, AO 2024-26, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 1520-020, prohibiting homeless camps within 10 blocks of any licensed homeless shelter. And we also have 2024-26S that was introduced, and an AM 339-2024. The public hearing was continued from the meeting of 3/19/2024. Public hearing on this item is open again. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns, 14 years, trans female. Currently residing now, Midtown. I have a place. Thank you all. Anyways, going on with this, it leads me back to the great ordeal. We don't even have enough support for when a normal crime happens anywhere in this city. Average response time is 4.5 hours, at least in my personal experience. So I want to know how, if we have this go forward, what group or what party of people are going to be here to maintain this for the aspect of it being a law. It goes on forward and forward and forward, that we have all these wonderful laws that are being, added or changed or this, that, and the other. We don't have a police force out here capable of enforcing the laws that we have on hand. So it kind of, how to sit there and say that this is something that is worthwhile to try to dive into to stretch our law enforcement even further. It goes in more and more, at what point do we look at what is important? We have so much that is being ignored that is of extreme importance for things that is not going to change. So, as we're moving forward and going through with our homeless situations, finding solutions that they do not exist to have homeless would be better off spending our time on than sitting there worrying about how many people may be camping next to a homeless shelter. So I want you guys to remember that as you guys move forward, that, we only have so much of a police force that is able to be there for roads, traffic safety, life-threatening ordeals, to take any one of them off to worry about 51 people being next to a homeless shelter. Might be a waste of time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Thank you. Eric Glad. I live in District 1. And I submitted written testimony about this just about 15 minutes before the meeting started. And I have to say, I am utterly embarrassed about the fact that I missed something about this that was staring me straight in the face. I think I might have been misled, or I just lost track of the thread going to the work session and hearing about the intent of this to create more manageable encampments of 50 structures or less and keeping people from self-sheltering close to licensed shelters. But in fact, that is not what this is going to do whatsoever. This is not going to lessen any of the criminal penalty or public nuisance determinations that would exist for people who are in groups of 49 structures versus 51, or who are further away than the distance from a licensed shelter as exists today. This would do nothing to change the criminalization of homelessness as currently is on the books today. It may express, to an extent, an enforcement priority in certain conditions, but it would do nothing to relieve the burden that is currently harming this community and hundreds of people that are living on the streets as season after season and year after year, this community fails to address their needs as if they don't know that winter follows summer follows winter. The lack of long-term planning and commitment to address this issue would remain unchanged by adopting this resolution. I urge you to reject it in all but one sense, and that is to maintain the one step forward it contains, which is to create non-criminalized, permitted, safe parking areas. It's the one step forward contained in this resolution. I would urge you to strike everything else from it, retain that one element, and add one additional detail, which is, in addition to allowing the municipal government, religious organizations, and other nonprofits to obtain a permit for safe parking, add a requirement that the muni provide such safe parking provisions if, by chance, religious organizations and other nonprofits don't step in to take the burden on that this community isn't doing itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jessica Parks. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Anchorage Coalition in Homelessness. We submitted earlier today our written comment on this proposed ordinance, but I wanted to take the time today to run through a couple of those highlights that we are suggesting be amended or added to this ordinance. We're recommending that you add an encampment or campsite definition that would specify what exactly makes up an encampment or a campsite to help with that communication. Recommendation to add sanitation supports in here. There are health and safety supports that are necessary for people who are outdoors or unsheltered, and we make recommendations for some different tiers of support based on the size of the encampment. Also recommend strengthening that notice procedure, so making sure that whoever is the contracted street outreach coordinator for the city is part of that notification process, and that every encampment that is noticed for abatement has an opportunity to have an outreach worker go out there that is trained to provide coordinated entry assessments to be able to offer those assessments to people prior to that abatement. Also adding a requirement that those notices must include and identify the particular issue that is causing the need for that posting, and allow that camp to have an opportunity to come into compliance. So if the reason for the notice, say for example, is to being too close to an area you shouldn't be in, giving them an opportunity to move that encampment, or giving them an opportunity to clean up that encampment rather than just abate it. Adding a requirement that the property storage requirement, if there is an immediate abatement due to exigent circumstances, that all of those personal belongings be stored, since there isn't adequate time for someone to make arrangements to have their property moved. And then last, this code does not currently address the health and safety issue of drinking water. So we just wanted to state on the record that we are committed to working with the administration, working with the assembly, and working with other providers in the city to account for that. And last, I just wanted to share a highlight of a story from last week that really highlights how important this communication is. We at ACH received a call from a shelter provider that was set to discharge a person that had high medical needs and was not able to be served at that shelter any longer. Our outreach teams very specifically identified that that person could not get those adequate supports unsheltered as well. So we, through our partnership and relationship with the MIT team, reached out to them. They coordinated with the mobile crisis team and got that person medical attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure. Ms. Parks, Mr. Vaughn has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Parks, I was curious, so the provisions, the recommendations that you just provided, were those in another drafted version of this ordinance, or these are coming forward now?
They weren't in a drafted version of this ordinance. We were part of communications that happened prior to this ordinance being drafted, where a lot of those items were discussed and addressed in discussion, but they were not part of any published version, the original version or this S version.
Thank you. And just one other question. I would, is the coalition more supportive of the S version than the original? Or do you have a position on that?
If abatement has to happen, I think we strongly encourage as much communication and as much clarification as possible. Our stance really is, though, that we don't support abatement.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Leyva. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Ronald Leyva, 50-year resident of Anchorage. I'm represented by all of you, hopefully equally. This ordinance involves kind of a distance from a licensed camp or a licensed shelter. The enforcement of that for any abatement has never occurred, and I don't think it'll ever occur. It's amazing that you would abate something like Cuddy Park because he put up $25,000 for an economic influx of a concert. I paid $72,000 in real estate taxes, and you couldn't abate one camp on Carlick Street, and it got worse. And it's always getting worse. And the camps that were at the old native site, when there was 2, I called in when it was 5. Every agency, from the state troopers, the DEC, the FBI, the U.S. Marshal, the municipal police, and Parks and Rec, and it grew from 5 camps to over 200. You don't have any enforcement power, and you're not going to enforce this. Also, the camps that do pop up, you want to get closer to the navigation center, which brings me to the tent and the adjacent property owner, adjacent property, which is mine, decimated by homeless, not compatible, so you have to join them. And making that a sanctioned camp, the navigation center is the key pathway to housing. And that's what you want to get close to, not further away to utilize those services for the homeless. So there could be parking there, there could be sanctioned camps, mini homes. In fact, I've asked Felix to allow me to do a 15-minute presentation on bringing the tent up, erecting it as a multifunctional tent, which it was intended for, but we already have the navigation center, a low barrier shelter, so it's a perfect location. Distancing them is only going to do that, distance them from services. So I'll reserve the last 15 seconds if you have any questions. I still want to appear before the Homeless Committee and present my ability to bring up the tent, to erect it under budget, save the city money, and provide services for the homeless. And I'd like an answer.
Thank you. There are no questions.
In the remote possibility, do you have any questions?
There are no questions.
Chair, I have one question.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. Mr. Oliva, have you been working and coordinating with the administration on any of your ideas?
Oh, yes. I send you all emails to the tune of 176, and I got 3 answers in 2.5 years.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, be safe. I'll be back.
All right, welcome. Please come forward. State your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Vera Pearl Rossier. A month ago, I spoke here at the assembly, and I apprised you all of a police officer who had been assaulting me for 24 years. It is because of me trying to keep myself safe from him for 24 years that I have traditionally lived in hotels because I keep moving around to stay safe from hotel to hotel. So I am classified as homeless. And I'm homeless because the municipality chose in 2000 to shut down the investigation because they discovered the man that was entering my home, chloroforming me and sexually assaulting me, were a police officer and his father. Pardue. Now, Pardue stole the last of my evidence. He stole the DNA evidence. He stole the tape that incriminated his father. He stole that just before the shutdown of the pandemic. And then he discovered from a phone call that I had received that I had stated, no, I was back in the hotels. The woman that called the radio station said, put the homeless in the hotels, because she overheard my conversation in the restaurant. That's how I house myself. And he then began entering my hotel. So now the hotel is not safe for me anymore. And I just had him enter hotels for 7 months. I was at one hotel, and he was coming in, spraying chemicals on my pillow that made me very ill. The hotel that I stayed at in 2022, he was coming in doing the same thing, and I was so weak I couldn't cross the street and go to get to my job. I had to pay a taxi $5 to drive me across the street because breathing in the chemicals, I was so ill. The man is trying to kill me. He successfully kidnapped me January 2023. Now, I'm asking you people, what is it you're going to do so I can have housing like I normally had before I started having to deal with this for 24 years? I'm done. I'm tired of it. I'm not afraid of anybody. And he better stay away from me and my family and anything that's connected to me. He better stop stealing from me, extorting from me. I'm done.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Roger Branson. I live in District 2. I'm a longtime mental health advocate, and I am not in favor of this proposal to further criminalize homelessness. I think one of the perspectives we miss is the people themselves who are homeless and the messages we send to them while they're making the choices that they're making that keeps them out there, and we would like to help them find ways to make better choices. But the message this sends is more like the beatings will continue until morale improves, and that's not going to get us started actually helping them. The perspective of folks that are in these very challenging situations are heavily influenced by behavioral health issues, much of it rooted in trauma and substance misuse and other life challenges that we may not understand, but they do. And if we can help them on the path to starting to deal with those, to stabilize, to get out of crisis mode, to get out of survival mode, and to start pondering what positive things they might do next in their lives, then we can get them on a path to recovery, to healing. But continuing to treat them in ways that they find dehumanizing or that doesn't respect, doesn't revalue their personal choices, and doesn't validate the experiences that they've had in life, is just going to perpetuate the problem that we have trying to help them find ways to recover. So I think this is well-intentioned. The spots for, where they can park cars safely, things that they can do that will make it so that they see us working with them and not against them. And that's where the choice for each individual to turn their life around or not will occur in their own thought reasoning process when they find the reasons to move forward. So Thank you all for your service. We've came a long ways in these last few years, and I thank you all.
Welcome. Please come on down. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Michael Hughes, South Anchorage. So I just wanted to point out something about the 10 blocks of any licensed homeless shelter. Currently, I just checked the public portal to Assembly documents, and I don't see the Assembly has ever approved any shelter licenses. And so I'm wondering this summer, if the shelters don't get licensed before June, July, August, is no camping within 10 blocks of any licensed homeless shelter something that we can even enforce as a municipality? Would be my question. Question aside, my personal opinion, speaking for myself, is that I would love to see a map of where people actually would be able to camp, and then as opposed to just kind of restricting, you can't camp here, you can't camp here, you can camp here, 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 is that just kind of creating sanctioned camps? I'd really like to see a map like that before any kind of strategic decision can be made in a plan for the summer. I'd love to hear what the plan is for the summer in addition to not just the legislation, but like how we're actually going to go about the summer. And until that, I would kind of not recommend approving this as it is right now. Thank you.
All right, we have a few people on the phone.
You can do the phone first.
Okay, we'll go ahead. We'll take you first, then we got 3 people on the phone. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Jared Solberg. I'm a South Anchorage resident, lifetime Alaskan. I stand before you not today as general manager of Natural Pantry Next Door, but also as a concerned citizen deeply invested in the welfare of community. In my capacity over at Natural Pantry, I have the privilege, albeit a challenging one, of interacting with the homeless population on a daily basis. Unfortunately, this interaction often entails confronting individuals attempting to steal products from our store to fuel their drug habits, but also resorting in citizens' arrests to prevent the thefts, but also to protect our customers from harm. Our parking lots have become a dumping ground of stolen good boxes, packages, and other trash. While our patrons are frequently harassed for money, with confrontations escalating to the point of physical intimidation when they refuse to comply. The situation has reached alarming levels with an average of 6 trespasses per day and spiking as much as 20 on particularly chaotic days. Many of these individuals are not only drug users, but also leaving behind dangerous needles, pipes, you name it. And some of these things are being laced with fentanyl and other things. We've had several incidences in our bathrooms and around our parking lots that we have to call paramedics for almost all weekly. We've recently encountered female shoplifters while we're waiting for the police officers to show up, saying that they're being trafficked in these homeless camps around town, specifically Cuddy Park. We call the police and have them investigate, and that's as far as we know. Our store and our business has suffered large financial losses due to theft, stolen products, carts, anything that's not bolted to the ground is being either stolen or vandalized on a daily basis. We've had windows broken out, we've had shopping carts thrown through windows, we've had vehicles, tires slashed, you name it, it's a daily occurrence. We have people using the restroom on the sidewalks daily that we have to have people go and clean up. And because I can't ask an employee to do that, I'm having to do that all the time. I just ask that you guys consider this proposal. I feel like this is a start to some of the things that need to change, but we need to start with something. Giving them a designated area to go to near some of these shelters are a great alternative, but we need to start with something. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to the phone. Hold on, Chris. We'll go to the phone, and we'll come back to you. You can be after the phone. Actually, 1 minute, Chris. Yeah, 1 minute.
Hello?
Hi there. If this is Mr. Henthorn, this is Anchorage Assembly here, hearing 2024-26S regarding Anchorage homeless shelters.
Okay, my wife, I'm good.
You're on the phone. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Billy Henthorn. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I just want to state that I think this is completely unacceptable. This is not the direction the city should be going. Every year we have this issue where we can't find adequate housing for homeless people, and it's just getting worse. The people in the city need assurance and direction from the assembly and the other leadership in the city to show them that there's going to be a place for people to go. There's going to be things that are built in the future. There's a plan to do this, to adequately house the people that are in the city. So far, we have not seen that from the assembly, but what we have seen is attempts to basically dehumanize and not address the solution, or not address the issues at all. And I don't really have much else to say other than that, but we want to see a better plan, more solutions coming from the assembly, and we have not been seeing that. We do not approve of this resolution, so does not have my support. Thank you.
Next we have, Chris, there are 3, so hold on. 2 more.
Hello?
Hi there, Mr. Patterson. This is Anchorage Assembly. We're hearing AO 2024-26S regarding homeless shelters. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, hello, my name is Michael Patterson. I live in District 5. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation Anchorage. I'm calling in opposition to this ordinance. I'd like to highlight 4 points as to why I'm in opposition to this AO. 1, I've been hearing disturbing rhetoric used when speaking about Anchorage residents that have no other option but to camp in public spaces. I'd also like to reiterate that the individuals who camp in public spaces are Anchorage residents. I recently attended the March Northeast Community Council meeting where I heard that the displacement of Anchorage residents has a migration. This ordinance is really, in my opinion, a product of the same dehumanizing rhetoric we have been subjected to for decades in the city. To when Centennial Campground was being used as what I can only describe as a displaced persons camp. I spoke to multiple people who were living at Centennial Camp, and I was repeatedly told, to my surprise, that some of the folks saying they were excited about the prospect of staying at Centennial because it would give them time to catch their breath and think. I think those of us who are not struggling with housing insecurity should really pause and think about that sentiment. How many of us need to take a minute or collect our thoughts, just for the daily tedium of life? Now imagine you're trying to pause and collect yourself as the community seizes or destroys your personal belongings and once again displaces you. This ordinance is the very definition of cruel and unusual punishment. 3, we have a runoff election, and really we should be waiting to see what the results of this mayoral election are. And 2, I want to further expand on that. The recent change in leadership at the Anchorage Police Department, which I can only describe as like very sudden and kind of thrown onto everybody today, really requires that the Assembly pumps the brakes on an ordinance of this nature, because for me personally, there's a lot of uncertainty with how things are supposed to be enforced. And when it comes to a sudden change in the enforcement leadership, that really requires things to slow down and wait. And then 4, the only good thing about this ordinance is the part of the ordinance that designates vehicular safe parking spaces. Really, we should have been doing that for years. And it's really appalling that it's taken this long for it to happen. But, really the city should just designate public spaces that people can stay at. And not only should the municipality do that, they should provide supports for humane and sanitary conditions in these designated public spaces. And then this part of a multi-tiered plan should be, we should allow these designated public spaces and then have a plan for temporary housing and permanent housing for people. And just again, the Party for Socialism and Liberation has repeatedly asked the city to create a municipal housing authority. Please do not approve this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Take the next caller.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Saavedra.
Hello?
Hi there, Ms. Saavedra. This is the Anchorage Assembly calling. We're hearing AO 2024-26S, an ordinance relating to homelessness and homeless camps. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Carolina Saavedra, as you said, and I live in Eagle River. As a member of the community, I am seeking opposition to the proposed ordinance. The ordinance simply seeks to further criminalize the very existence of human beings who are unhoused. It does nothing to provide safe places for them to live, for the people who need it most. Unhoused people are human beings, and they occupy physical space in our world. They all have the same basic human needs as anyone else. This ordinance simply takes away their ability to physically exist in the very few remaining places that are still available to them, but because there isn't enough shelter space. And it doesn't actually do anything to substitute for that. Often public land is the only place where they can really be, and now this ordinance is going to pull that space from right under their feet. Additionally, shelters sometimes are only available for a night or a day. So what is a human being supposed to do with their belongings in between if they can't set up a tent on public land? A lot of the proposed ordinance appears to be focused on throwing away the very few belongings of people who already have so little. The ordinance would also require organizations that want to act as good Samaritans to obtain a permit, and that may be a good process. However, it will likely require money, time commitment, and possibly red tape, unclear, just so that they can offer a helping hand. Unfortunately, the ordinance doesn't mention how much the permit will cost, how often it will need to be renewed, or what other requirements will be imposed. It simply reserves the right for planning and development to add or adjust standards as they see fit. So we really have no way of knowing what to expect of that permit process. And while it may be a good idea in principle, it's really going to be in the details what it's actually going to do. And given that the entirety of the ordinance appears to be written with the sole goal of eliminating any spaces where unhoused people can actually exist, it's not really far-fetched to imagine that the permit process could become a roadblock to actually provide that assistance. On top of that, the ordinance doesn't really offer any solutions. It just, simply further marginalizes and oppresses the most vulnerable members of our community. The people who put forth the ordinance, I guess, may believe that if we criminalize unhoused people and declare their very existence a public nuisance, that there will somehow be fewer unhoused people in Anchorage. That is just magical thinking that does harm to our community and doesn't actually find any real solutions for, the problems, the very real problems that exist. So I really encourage you to vote it down.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, that's our phone list. Welcome, Ms. Stoner. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Are you speaking on behalf of the council?
Good evening. My name is Chris Stoner.
Are you speaking on behalf of the council?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Chris Stoner. I'm president of Midtown Community Council. First of all, we would like to thank the people in this body and the mayor's office who've worked together to establish plans for abatement in Anchorage. We have been told that Anchorage is a dying city by a gentleman who has several studies on what makes a city, and Anchorage is dying. Passage of Subject AO will assist in creating a better atmosphere in Anchorage, enhance the tourist experience in our beloved city, and also assist our campers with a safer place to camp. We need to work together to enhance our city, and one of the first things that needs to be addressed is the humane abatement of large and small dangerous camps. The Midtown Community Council supports the passage of this ordinance and asks that you consider and approve any amendments that Karen Bronga may bring up. The distance from camps to school property should concern every citizen in Anchorage. Our children are our most important asset and need to be protected from acute alcoholism, drug addiction, litter, indecent exposure, and human waste. Camps allowed within a close distance to school property doesn't make common sense. The distance should be increased to protect our future generations. We are also concerned about the number of vehicles in one area. You guys need to go out to Cuddy and look at what's out there in that parking lot. It is really bad. Many times, multiple people are living in these vehicles. I have seen families of 4 living in a car. Families of 3 are also seen at the National Archives area. It is also common to have 2 men in one vehicle. I would suggest there be no more than 25 vehicles in one area, otherwise these areas can quickly grow to over 100 campers. Rules are required in every type of society. What we currently have at the National Archives is anarchy because we don't have any rules. The theft goes on and on and on and on to local businesses. Every time you see a card, just say $300, $300, $300. Those cards cost $300. Many times, the merchandise that's in those cards is stolen. We have had 2 shootings resulting in 1 person being wounded and 1 person murdered. Heavy drugs and alcohol are in use in plain sight over there. We have people who are mentally ill with little to no resources. Fires are an everyday occurrence. Trees have been cut down for firewood. Garbage is coming out of the snow and is causing stenches and unsightly. Gangs are in the camp and continue to bully campers. During the winter, there were no outhouses in this area, so as the snow melts, human waste is apparent and also melting into the ground. This is an unsafe condition for Anchorage and can result in the spread of disease. Several nonprofits have tried and want to shelter homeless people. The Assembly needs to act and let this happen. Churches, nonprofits, and individuals should be able to assist in the movement of sheltering small groups of people. Abatement time should be reasonable and humane. I believe all of us know people who are experiencing homelessness and we want them to be treated with respect and dignity. But at the same time, the citizens of Anchorage also need to be respected and treated as such. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move the S version.
Second.
Motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Salt and seconded by Mr. Myers. Mr. Salt.
Yeah, I'd just like to move it for purposes of debate and offer the administration any opportunity to speak to the motion or to the AO. Thank you.
Yeah, to the motion. So, Mr. Mayor or Mr. Byrd, on behalf of Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate Member Salt giving us a chance to speak. So, Mr. Chair, I'll make 3 brief points, and I suspect there may be some questions for subject matter experts within the municipality. So, I'll make my points and then yield the floor. So, I want to note that the S version does not contain a criminal component. For those of you who have testified, your position regarding criminal component does not apply to the S version. I understand that some folks think that the original version may be at play here. The S version excised the criminal component. We discussed this with the Assembly at the work session that was held on Good Friday. So the S version does not have a criminal component. What it does have is other adjustments regarding the abatement process. and Mr. Chair, I did hear Ms. Parks from ACH give her testimony. I can only say that much of this legislation, Mr. Chair, was brought about through conversations with ACH. I think it's fair to say that everybody in the administration that touched this didn't get everything that they wanted, but nor did, I think, anybody who touched it. We did our best to come up with a compromise, and as you know, Mr. Chair, sometimes the best sign of a compromise is that no party is completely satisfied, and that I think is accurate about this S version. What it does do, and this is my second point, Mr. Chair, is it eliminates the anarchy that Ms. Stoner mentions on behalf of the Midtown Community Council. I would go further than that and say it's the choice between for the body is between order and chaos. This S version is not going to immediately cause order, but what it will do is it will give our municipal officers a chance to enforce camp abatement in a way that comports with existing law and also gives us a semblance of order. Those things that are most relevant, I think, are the opportunities for car camping, a unified notice for when abatements will be conducted both in the zone and the camp abatement. The third point I want to make, Mr. Chair, is that as you know, we had many laid on the table items. Those laid on the table items, the timeliness of them all have one common fact, and that fact is that as best we can tell, in less than a month there is going to be a large influx of persons out of current homeless shelter. That's both in the hotels that are used, Mr. Chair, but also folks that we expect to see on the streets. The choice between order and chaos, I think, is clearly before this body because we're all thinking about what happened last year. This is the administration's effort to alert this body that from February, when this legislation was developed, we saw this coming. We want to provide both this body with an opportunity to provide order, both for our business folks, but also people who use parks, schools, all the public areas that we come to cherish. And I appreciate as well Member Bronga's involvement in her amendments that I think she intends to offer. We want to have a good summer, regardless of who is sitting in the mayor's seat come July 1st. And it is the duty of this administration to do everything we can to provide that order. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I was so happy to see some focus on what is going to be happening this summer. This ordinance, though imperfect, it is getting in front of this release from the shelters and hopefully giving some structure that will help everyone in Anchorage be able to enjoy their summer. Our parks are our treasures. We don't pass these millions of dollar park bonds so that people can be out in the woods cutting down trees and using as restrooms. It's horrible. I don't think that I don't care about those people in the woods, but that's not humane for them either. They are hiding in the woods and they're not getting the help that they need in that situation. They're being preyed upon by other people, and it's causing our parks to be places that we can't bring our kids. One of the emails I had from someone today, I just thought about how many people in my area do not have a yard. They live in apartment buildings, they live in dense housing. They go to those parks to run around, play, that's their yard. Their outdoor experience gets limited when they go to the park and they see bad things happening. The parents don't let them go anymore. I had a parent contact me last summer. There's a pump track in Chonsnu Park where he would bring his 2 toddlers to scoot around on their bikes. They got accosted by someone living in the park and they couldn't go back to it. Same thing with the dog park there. We need to have some structure. I am not saying that homeless people should have nowhere to go, the best possible thing is for us to sanction some places to camp that have services, sanction parking, but our parks are not your home. And we definitely need to minimize the impacts of I had a member of the assembly tell me that, well, there's not really that much that goes on in the parks. And I started thinking about all of the stuff that I see at my neighborhood park, which is Chugach Foothills Park. Cookouts, volleyball every night, rugby. There's a group for the Society of Anachronism that jousts. There's orienteering in the park, skiing, dog walking, jogging. You get it. Stuff is going on in the parks, and even if it's nothing, it's that green space that we treasure that we are wanting to protect. We can't get it back if we have all the trees cut down to build forts out in the woods. So I have 3 amendments I wanted to bring forward, and I don't know if I can do them all in once.
You have the floor.
Okay, the first amendment is amendment number 1. Thank you. Bronga amendment number 1. Thank you, Mr. Volin. And I spent a lot of time talking with an officer in Hillsboro, Oregon, and he was talking about what they've done to try to deal with the situation of lack of housing and people that need it. And when I told him that we were talking about 50 people congregating together, he nearly fell over on this video call. 50 people together camping, parking is too many. So my amendment is to I'm moving amendment number 1.
I will second.
Thank you.
All right, hold on. There's a motion to amend by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. It is Bronga Amendment 1. Go ahead, Ms. Bronga.
Okay. So throughout the document, I'd like to change the number 50 to 25. That's still too many. It's a compromise. It's just too much impact. If you look at the parking lot over here at Cuddy Park, there's 25 cars probably in that one area. It's too many together. So that's amendment number 1.
All right, so I have a pile of people in the queue on the main motion, so I'm just going to look down the queue if you want to speak to the amendment. Mr. Terrell. Oh.
Yeah, I like the intent of this amendment, but I worry about the execution. I think our police force already struggles to respond to the general public, and I think the more focused we get, the more camps they have to break up, just the harder it'll be. And I want the enforcement to be there, but I think the more specific we make this, the harder it is for them to do this, the less it'll actually happen. And the more it'll take away from the rest of the public who have concerns from the police as well. I worry that this amendment will cause more harm by making it harder to actually enforce.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to stay in the queue for the main motion, but...
Yeah, I'm not going to use the queue for this amendment process. I'm just going to survey the dais. If you want to speak on the amendment, get my attention. Mr. Rivera.
Sure. So I guess I'll just speak once generally, and I know that this isn't normal for us, but I think it might behoove us to have, before we get into some of these specific amendments, just a little bit more of a general discussion. I think in large part because I think there's some larger structural issues that I think we need to debate before we get to amendments. If we don't do that, I just feel like I'm just going to have to vote no on a lot of these amendments myself, because I think the larger issue I think needs to be discussed before we dive into the granular, which I know isn't how we normally do things. We normally do amendments and then general discussion, but I think it might be beneficial for us to reverse it this time around. That's my only comment. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Anyone else on the amendments? Okay, Mr. Salt and then Ms. Brawley.
Yep, real quick, thank you, Chair. So just my thoughts on this, we limit our shelters by the number of people, and we're limiting this by the number of tents, huts, lean-tos, or other, and to a number of 25. So I look at this as you could have 1 to, let's say, 3, 4 people, as we heard some of the testimony. So these this is actually this could actually be still a fairly significant sized camp if there's 25 vehicles with 2 to 3 people on each vehicle. So I think it is, again, I'd probably say a fair compromise. Thank you.
Right. Ms. Brawley, yeah.
Yeah, just a question, and I think I know the answer to this. So the amendment text, or the page that we have says lowering the number of campers, but then the ordinance in this amendment says the shelters. So I think going along with Mr. Just making sure that I'm understanding, we're not talking about the number of people, we're talking about the number of structures.
Right.
Okay, and it looks like that's what's in the S version as well. Okay, thank you.
So anyone else on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Vote of 7-2 in the youth member votes.
No.
No, the amendment has passed. Mr. Rivera.
Do you want to continue and go back to my amendments?
Yeah, we'll come around.
Great.
Mr. Rivera was in the queue. You
Thank
had
you.
your amendment. Everyone spoke on the amendment, so I
Okay.
would say you ceded the floor, but we'll come back to you because you have amendments, and then Mr. Rivera, because you said you want to speak first.
Thank you.
Before dealing with the amendments, so here you go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the flexibility. Okay, so a couple of things before I really get into the meat of my comments. So first is, I think folks will remember at the work session that there was some discussion around the safe parking areas. And in particular, Mr. Gates had some serious concerns about the implementation of that section in the ordinance. So Member Solt and I have been working with Mr. Gates. He's been somewhat busy with other items, but he is quickly and furiously, I believe, working on an ordinance that will essentially replace Section 2 that will be, if we introduce it today, which I hope we will be able to, we'll be able to have a public hearing and vote on that at our April 23rd meeting. So likely later on in this debate, you'll hear me make a motion to strike all of Section 2. So I just want to put that plug in for folks so you're not surprised later on. And then the administration brought up the Class B misdemeanor issue. And sorry, shuffling papers a little bit. While I appreciate the administration did bring up the Class B misdemeanor issue and that the S version got rid of that, which I was supportive of, the administration did lay on the table an ordinance today which would bring back that criminal penalty. And I'll read just slightly from the AM. Quote unquote, public feedback to the mayor's office indicates that residents of Anchorage would like this criminal penalty to return. So while I appreciate what the administration stated about the removal, they just put forward an ordinance to bring it back. Okay, now moving on to my substantive comments. My perspective on this really has been pretty clear. I am supportive of the concept of allowed camps and building that regulatory framework. But I've heard loud and clear that, at least what I perceive to be, because we really haven't taken a vote, a majority of my colleagues and the administration don't have to say perceive there, because they've been very clear that they do not like or support the idea of allowed camps. This ordinance sort of does the opposite and makes clear somewhat the rules around where you cannot camp. A little bit of the sort of history and genesis here. The rules around camp abatement have been a continued issue for years. Those of us on the body know that. We've had this discussion over and over and over again. The issue became, I think, something of a crisis, particularly last spring when there were no designated campsites and hundreds of people experiencing homelessness left our cold weather shelter system. And then where did folks go? They went, well, we know the locations that they went to. Several assembly members, including myself, asked for some clear rules from the administration on abatement at that time, but we never really got that from the administration. So I'm thankful that the administration has put something forward that will provide some of the additional clarity that we have been asking for a while now. All of that said, I truly do question whether this is a movement forwards or a movement backwards. So I have questions for the Anchorage Health Department, so if they can send a representative forward, and then for the Coalition to End Homelessness, so if they can send a representative forward. I would keep you up here and don't move. So I'm looking at you, Ms. Parks, right now. Thank you. If you can come up here. I'll start with just a sort of a general question, and then I do have a lot of other specific questions, but I understand we have a lot of folks in the queue, so I'll just start with the general one, and then I'll put myself back in the queue. So on the ground, like being very specific, not esoteric, how will implementation of abatement be different last year to this year? How will this ordinance materially change abatement? And if approved, what will materially be better for unsheltered individuals as well as housed individuals? Particularly in Midtown, there's a lot of employees and business owners who are concerned. So how will things be materially better for unsheltered individuals as well as housed individuals if this ordinance were to pass? In a sense, I really want to better understand how this ordinance is going to play into the overall system, which is a housing first system. And so how does this abatement ordinance on abatement play into our housing first system? I think assertions that were made that this ordinance is a choice between order and chaos, which is a nice catchphrase, and that this ordinance would end the anarchy, are interesting assertions. How would this ordinance do that? I'm very puzzled as to how this ordinance would actually achieve those goals. So if from that, I threw a lot, but from all of that, if I can get both the coalition's perspective and the health department's perspective, either of you can start.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, Alexis Johnson, Housing and Homeless Coordinator. What this does is it provides us a lot more clear guidelines and guardrails for abatement. Last summer, the question became, can you abate 3rd and Ingra? And the blanket statement that we had was, Martin versus Boise disallows us to abate homeless camps when shelter space does not exist. What this does is it carves out parameters within Martin versus Boise to say there are just some things that are not going to be acceptable in our city anymore. We're not abating citywide, but we are going to focus on people who are camping within 10 square blocks of a shelter, or encampments that get too large to where it poses a public health and safety risk for the campers in those encampments. So this just codifies some more tools for us to say this is the reason that we are abating this camp. It's because this camp has gotten too large, it's becoming problematic. It's a public health and safety measure for the campers in the encampment and really to justify our abatement, whereas last summer you saw, can we abate, yes or no, and it was kind of just the flip of a lever, no you can't because shelter doesn't exist. This just gives us a few more tools in our toolbox.
Thanks. And Mr. Chair, may I have some flexibility here? Okay, thank you. So before the coalition responds, I appreciate that, that response. Can you specifically speak to the idea of this ordinance ending anarchy? Because what I am picturing is this ordinance gets approved, and I'm assuming the assertion being made is that these additional tools, as you called them, will be utilized regardless of shelter availability. That you built this around, regardless of whether there are beds in the shelter or not, for public safety reasons and for wastewater nuisance reasons, we can abate these camps. Is that assertion correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then, can you speak to how that would somehow systematically end anarchy, or does this simply just shift to the burden from location to location? Like, how is this playing in the system so that we're not recreating what's happening in Midtown and just putting it in West Anchorage?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Rivera, first and foremost, I'll just say I've continued to advocate for year-round shelter for every person that's living unsheltered on our streets. Because that's not an option this summer, we do have to have some level of law and order in our city. Last summer, we basically we're told if you do not have shelter, you cannot abate the camp. And when you see anarchy at 3rd and Ingra, you see 220 people, a lot of whom are experiencing very complex behavioral health problems coupled with substance abuse. It was anarchy, and that's what it was. And we were told, hey, because you don't have shelter beds. What this does is it allows us a little bit more authority to say, hey, 3rd and Ingra can't happen. There's too many people here. We need to move along, like basically cut up the camp, and people need to spread out a little bit more. It takes a problem, and yes, it does. It pushes people out, but these conversations wouldn't need to be had if we just prioritized funding for year-round shelter for the 900 people that are going to hit the streets. But because we don't, and because it's not funded year-round, we have to put parameters in place, and this is a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. I've said it this whole time. We don't like abatement just as much as you guys don't, but this is the last-ditch option for the city to have some level of law and order to stop what happened last summer.
Okay, thanks. Just a quick comment before we hear from the coalition. I appreciate those remarks. I still haven't heard any clear explanation to how this ordinance would allow some type of law and order. What I'm envisioning is that this ordinance would essentially create a pretty fine-tuned system of abatement, which I appreciate. But now we would have, instead of a 200-person camp, we would have however many, I'm not going to do the math right now, however many 25 structure camps.
8.
Thank you. We would have 8 different 25 structure camps in different locations, or possibly more than that. So I guess for me, and maybe the coalition can answer this in a robust way, how is this playing into the system of housing first that we have developed? How is this abatement going to work with outreach, going to work with the Next Step pilot program? Because I want assurance that we aren't just doing harm, that this is something that will actually produce some kind of positive result in the end.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Rivera. The coalition doesn't have a part to play in enforcement or the actual abatement process itself. We do provide those ongoing supports to people who are unsheltered. So when camps are abated, it is really important that that notification happens so that we can ensure that we know, especially people that we've been working closely with, where they're going after that abatement. So whatever policy decisions are made, what the role of the coalition and what the role of street outreach in Anchorage will be is to communicate that in hopefully a really clear fashion to people who are unsheltered, so they're aware of the guidelines that exist and criteria and policies that have been passed, and then continuing to foster that communication with people.
Thanks. So I think you're going to get a repeated theme from me today. I'm going to push people for more answers. So I hope you all are appreciative of me doing that and patient of me doing that. So I understand that the coalition does not manage abatement, but you manage or help provide guidance to a lot of other parts of our system, right? So in a perfect world, I think you would say that there is no abatement happening, that we have housing for everyone. We do not live in that world. That is not the reality that we live in right now. So in the reality we live in now, there is abatement happening, or with this S version, there could be possibly a lot more abatement happening, and that's something actually I'm somewhat unclear of, is will this ordinance actually increase more abatement, or will it be status quo? That's something for the future. But how will this and this abatement happening then move into your system that you help manage and oversee?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, I do understand where you're going with that. It would be disruptive. When people move and when people drop-off communication-wise. It is challenging to pick back up again. When someone's campsite is abated, there's a good possibility that they might lose personal belongings, including documents, and that's a big part of getting housing ready, is getting those documents, having an ID, having a birth certificate, having copies of like your social security statement. And so ensuring that that information can be safeguarded. I would say one thing that is really helpful, or would be really helpful, is knowing, if you can't know where you can be, at least having clarity on where you can't be. So having, I brought up at the work session, the city of Tacoma has a really nice GIS map where you can zoom all the way in and you can see those exclusionary zones. So it's really clear where you can't be.
Thanks. I've taken up enough time for now. I will get back in the queue to take more time later.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I am struggling with this one because I feel like I also don't have a lot of information. I know we had our work session. I mean, I'm very familiar with the issue. I know what happened last year. I know what happened the year before that. I remember what happened 10 years ago here, which is we didn't do hardly anything. So I guess I'm struggling because, again, I'm faced with this issue that I think no one wants our public spaces to look like this. No one wants people to be living outside, I would hope not anyway, without resources. And yet this is the reality that we're in. And so I'm struggling with what is the least bad way that we deal with this. I am not going to accept the framing that this is order versus chaos. I guess the way that I've been looking at it and the way that I talked about it in a community council meeting the other day was there's basically three things that we're trying to square. One is public safety, and I would also include the folks who are living outside. They are members of the public, and they deserve to be safe as well. We're looking at practicality, right, that people have to exist somewhere. As multiple testifiers said, people exist in physical space, and they have a right to exist. And then also there's the legal risk, and I know that's been brought up as well, you know, that this city has been sued before, that we may be on the cusp of getting sued again. I don't know what the right answer is in terms of the policy there that avoids that outcome, but I think the reasons we have been sued is because there were policies made or actions taken that are not humane, and were not humane at that time. So I'm not sure exactly where this lands. I guess the question that I keep coming back to is where are people legally allowed to exist? I've requested a map, and that does not need to include, you know, the location of every camp or in detail. I really just want to know if we're saying you can't be within 1 mile of shelter. A 1 mile radius around anything is pretty big, and so I just want to know what areas of town would be left. And I understand there's other amendments that we may take up that have to do with other uses, and so I'd like to see kind of what is the spatial implication of those choices. And that is something I requested in the work session. And I know it's not hard to do because it's been done for the marijuana ordinance several years ago. It's been done on anything where we talk about having a buffer between something and something else. That is a line that you draw in physical space, and I would like to know where on the map people can be. And then I did have a question though, and I believe it's for the health department. One of the testifiers brought up a really interesting question, which is if the premise of this entire ordinance is that you can't be within 10 blocks or 1 mile of a licensed shelter, and we have no licensed shelters at this time, at what point are we going to implement the law that was passed to license shelter? And I just wonder if that's been part of the discussion, because it really is a core tenet of this this ordinance that I think needs to be addressed before we can vote on it. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair to Ms. Brawley. So we did work with Michael Knapp in GIS, and we have a few variations of the proposed changes. So I think right now we have 3 different versions. Some show childcare licensing, some show schools. One of the things that we have communicated consistently is that we can provide a map of where people cannot be, but legally, unless we start sanctioning camps, we cannot provide a map of where people can lawfully camp, because as of right now, you're not allowed to camp outside except for in Centennial Park. And so I can provide those variations of maps. We just didn't want to put one forward or attach it to the AM because we didn't feel like if there were amendments coming or changes that it needed to go on public record. Secondly, through the health department, we have given all people through the shelter licensing a provisional license, and we're still working through the process of getting people licensed. There's been, I mean, it's a new process. It was created pretty recently, and so it's just something we're continuing to work through, but right now, everyone is provisionally shelter licensed.
Thank you. And I'll just say, I do believe that that map would be helpful because it's essentially data that we need to make decisions. And I think and I understand that there's not one map that shows the final version because we're working through it. But I think showing, as what happened with, I remember the marijuana regs, I was not up here on this body, but there was discussion about, do we go a mile? Do we go 500 feet? You know, what does that look like? And it has really big spatial implications the further out you draw that. And so I would request, maybe we're moving toward voting toward this tonight anyway, but I would like to see what that looks like because, again, I think it's very important information and data that we need because we're talking about physical space, so we need to be looking at geographic and physical areas.
Through the chair to Ms. Brawley, I'm happy to send, I think I have 3 variations of the map right now.
And I would just ask that those get sent to all members, not just me.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, maybe a couple of points. What is the determination, and how come we're still in this posture, if we are, of not allowed or what you are defining as sanctioned camp? So what is the determination about that? And where are we with that?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Martinez. I think one of the notions is that that people think that if we establish a sanctioned camp, we're allowed to abate anywhere that's not sanctioned, and that's just not the case. You have to have 4 walls and a roof in order to comply under Martin versus Boise to abate a camp. So just because you establish safe places for people to sleep outside doesn't mean that you have authority to move them along in other spaces that have not been sanctioned. So that's first point. Second point is when we sit down and we start talking about the fiscal note of security, bathrooms, dumpsters, fences to establish these sanctioned camps outside, staffing, we should just be prioritizing staffing people in an actual building instead of just glorifying outdoor camping. If we have the funding to set up sanctioned camps, we have the funding to shelter people.
Okay, I'm going to keep going with that because I heard a few things that are interesting. So let me just be clear, is this particular ordinance that we're potentially voting on going to declare where parking can happen? I just want to make sure I'm getting the apples and oranges correct.
Through the chair to Mr. Martinez, it's my belief, I worked with Assembly Council Dean Gates, and I believe that they're planning to strike and bring forward a new resolution or a new amendment that would establish safe parking under declaration of an emergency. So if there was certain aspects like wildfire danger to say, hey, these churches have come forward and said that we can use their parking lots, this is where we would like you guys to go under declaration of emergency. So it's my belief that there's changes coming forward to this parking ordinance.
Okay, that really helps me to eliminate a few other things, and I'm just going to go right to the heart of what I see. I think there's a difference between rhetoric and practical solutions. Fundamentally. I think there's a difference between last summer, I and other members on this body introduced something that created a framework that some of the framework that we introduced I see picked up along the way. But it's not the same framework because it's not. And more importantly, last summer, I had conversations about an ordinance that passed tonight with respect to clearly defining legal protections for public transit workers. It took almost a year to put that all together. I would have loved for us to have this conversation so all winter long with maps, with sightings, with real talk. We're all doing this in real time, again, with real amendments, no disrespect to my colleagues and the thoughtful amendments, but we're doing this in real time. And then your last point was just, it's still in flux, essentially, and we're figuring things out. Documents are still being, amended, and I don't like the fact that and I'm not speaking to you, so I'm speaking just generally. So I don't like the fact that we're this late again. We introduced a framework that we could have been talking about, we could have deliberated, we could have had maps, we could have had GIS, we could have all been on the same page to some extent, and I don't see us better prepared. And more importantly, Mr. Chair, I will go back to the idea of rhetoric and practical solutions. It is not a fair thing to say this is a difference between order and chaos, when in fact, a person who can declare that difference can fundamentally point to the resources necessary to determine the outcome of order or chaos. What I mean by that is, Chair, I know that we are down police officers. I know that one of the things that have been articulated tonight is that we don't have the capacity to enforce the laws today on the books, but we're going to expand those resources outward in different spaces and potentially take away the focus of making sure that we don't disrupt the pathways to housing. And thank you. I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the responsiveness, but I don't think it's a very strong position to be in this late again. I'd love for us to get serious on this, but I don't think this is the right night to put it all together and think we're going to have a great product. Thank you.
So to that end, Mr. Martinez, I'm going to insert myself in the queue just for the good of the order. We have tons of people, tons of amendments. We have 15 minutes left before we have to extend for the rest of the night. We have a competing ordinance or a complementary ordinance, some might say, relating to criminalizing camping that is on the agenda for next meeting, and it seems we're pretty far from done. And so we could sort through this for the rest of the night until we're done. We do have at least one or two must-pass items still on the agenda that aren't this item. And so maybe even three. I hear what you said. Maybe we're not ready. And the floor now goes to Mr. Terrell. But we will need a motion to extend shortly. And it might be wise to postpone this item to the next meeting, be able to sort through all the details and take both of them up at the next meeting. So, Mr. Terrell.
Yeah, you took the words basically right out of my mouth. I have heard a lot. This is a huge, huge deal, and there's just still too many questions, too many tweaks to be made. This is not something we can have changed on the fly. I think we need to have more public input and some work sessions before we can try to pass this. I would, if a member on the dais would support this, I would recommend postponing either to the next meeting or indefinitely.
All right, so procedurally, we don't really have a way to make that happen because the next person in the queue, but if someone in the queue makes that motion in a minute, we'll come back and have that talk. Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I want to frame just a little bit how I see this and how I think we can go forward. There was some public testimony that I found interesting that talked about, and there was a member of the public who said that they haven't seen any attempts at all on behalf of the Assembly to address the underlying issue. And then there was separate testimony that says, this ordinance does nothing to provide safe space for homeless people. And I guess the way that I want to frame this is the work that the Assembly is doing is not either or, it's yes and. As was discussed earlier tonight, Member Brawley has been lobbying very hard with our state legislators to support giving us the funding so we can keep our shelter location open year-round. We want to create a safe space for homeless people. The Assembly has funded millions of dollars in conversions to affordable housing. So we're doing that work and we need to continue that work, but at the same time we can also have the community have clear expectations around abatement. When is it okay to proceed? In what instances of protecting health and safety? And I think it's a really important conversation that we need to have. I will say there are a number of amendments, and I think some of these, tonight is the first time that my colleagues have seen them and haven't been able to maybe fully digest them. I appreciate our youth rep, Mr. Terrell, his call to have a little bit more process. I think my take would be perhaps moving forward a little bit more aggressively than what he suggested, but I do think we can take a beat on this and get some specifics honed in. So with that, I think my recommendation would be to postpone to a time certain And I think the ideal time for this would probably be no later than the first meeting in May, which is May 7th. So I'll move to postpone to the meeting on May 7th.
So we have a whole stack of people in the queue.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to May 7th. I would just suggest that that then means this meeting, the next meeting, and the next meeting will all be on this topic. And so just think about that timeline.
Mr. Chair, do you have an alternate suggestion?
Yeah, let's get it all together at the next meeting on
So
the
even more,
23rd.
okay, I'm fine with that. We can move forward in time.
And then try to align them in such a way that we only have to deal with this until we bring these lines together. Instead of.
And at that meeting, we'll have the item that the administration laid on the table tonight. We can take that up.
It's
Other
all
pertinent-
kind of part of
Okay,
the
so in that case, I'll change my motion, move to postpone to the meeting of April 23rd.
I agree.
All right, and the hope might be that the sponsors would work together to find an S version that might unify all of the elements so that in the end, we could just deal with one, and one that's cogent and it's clear for people to read and understand what it means instead of trying to make a patchwork quilt and then understand what it'll actually do. So there's a motion to postpone by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mr. Presverdia, to the meeting of April 23rd. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Branca.
I just think the 23rd is the absolute drop-dead time. We have to be prepared for when these shelters are demobilized. The other thing I would really ask for is a chance to bring forward the amendments I've been working very hard on. No one's heard them. I've tried to communicate with some of the members on this body and not heard a word back. I think they're very important things to consider. And if we could at least hear the amendments that people were thinking about, it might help us take that patchwork quilt and put it together.
And so to that end, I'll just respond that if you can join a team that's working on an S version, all of them could be in one document instead of two versions, multiple amendments, and then trying to figure out what that actually means on the floor. So that's a real
So
option.
point of information.
Yep.
Who, are there assembly members, OMA, I'm thinking, who's working on this? Because it's chair of the assembly at the request of the mayor, the S version, but I've also heard that there's been collaboration with other members.
So what I would suggest on that end is that work through council, and separate groups can work on separate S versions, but the council can make sure things aren't wasted time in terms of resources, but in that way you come up with a harmonized document. Again, we can sort through this one at a time, and one amendment at a time, and each amendment could take an hour, and then 10 hours later we might get through it. And so just the suggestion is find a working group and work with council to find a way to harmonize these things. It's tricky stuff, but it's doable. And good news is we have a rules committee meeting tomorrow in which these items can be talked about meaningfully without us using this time, which is our limited time, to get the business done. So I think I've probably said enough. Anyone else? Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thanks. So before it's too late, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11, I know you all like to do this, 11:20.
Second.
There's a motion to extend the meeting to 11:20 by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any objection to the motion? I'm hearing and seeing none. Yeah, I'm with you over there, but we are extended to 11:20.
Great.
So.
And may I speak on the motion?
Motion to postpone. Okay,
Yeah, thank you. So I do agree that some postponement is necessary, but I want to harken back to what the coalition stated at the work session, which I wholeheartedly agree with, and that is that there needs to be some amount of time for education. And generally, I think there was consensus among various entities that 30 days is around that kind of time. And I think we are going to start seeing more camping happening as the weather gets warmer. And I actually was going to move an amendment at some point to move the implementation to May 15th. If we do April 23rd, a month from there, we're already going to have a lot of camping happening. So my hope is that we'd be able to take this up sooner than April 23rd, which of course would mean a special meeting. But fully realizing that there may not be support for having a special meeting just on this item, I guess we can make April 23rd work. I mean, I'm looking at the coalition because you all are going to be doing the education on this. It's going to be a very slim timeline to do a lot of this work. Yeah. But that's what we got. That's what we got.
Other discussions on the motion to postpone? Okay, Ms. Brong and then Ms. Brawley.
Well, I really want to know the path forward of finding that work group, because I tried. I tried to get people to communicate with me. I had no idea that Randy was working on something that was fairly similar to what I was working on. It's
So,
very hard.
Here's the thing, tomorrow at the Rules Committee, there's a standing item every month in which members can present projects they're working on and projects they want help on, or hear from other members about the projects they're working on. So that process was created for exactly this concern, and it allows it in open session to be right there. So there's an opportunity tomorrow. I'm sorry, I'm told by the clerk it's not tomorrow, it's Thursday, 2 days from now at 1. Just verify, it's 1 o'clock. So, yeah, on the 11th. That committee has been established and operates about once a month to provide an opportunity for just that. So, Ms. Brawley and then Mr. Bond.
Yeah, I support postponing. Again, I understand we need to square public safety, practicality, and legal risk. I do not want to pass something that we have not worked through that we get sued over. And that still might happen, but I believe that the 2 weeks is going to be helpful to work through this. And I believe we can get there, and I believe it would be less painful and less procedural gymnastics than it would be tonight. So I support postponement.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you. My one, I guess, question, taking all the things up together, is, so when is the ordinance on the parking for RVs that's going to be separate, that's going to be introduced at the next meeting, or when does that come before us potentially?
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. I think actually everyone got it in their email just a couple minutes ago. But I guess what the chair has suggested is that rather than all of these separate efforts, which right now would be 3 different efforts, right? The S version we have before us today, the other ordinance that got introduced putting back the Class B misdemeanor, and then the ordinance that was just emailed to everyone around safe parking. Rather than have
Plus all the amendments.
And then the amendments, yes. So rather than having all 4 of those efforts, that we just combine them into an S1 version of the ordinance that we're debating today. And I think I agree with that method. So perhaps we just won't introduce that ordinance that was put in everyone's email, and we'll just work on it through an S1.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I don't even know about that project. It's too confusing to be trying to do all these things without some thread. So,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Myers.
Can I have a comment since I've been in the queue?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'm a little bit flabbergasted that we're going back here and we're going to push something out again, and oddly enough, I find myself agreeing with Felix. I think we need to get this resolved, and if a special meeting is what takes that, it needs to be resolved immediately. I know that Karen's been working on this, as Member Solt has been working on this, and some others. What's going to happen when we push this out a month? We talked about this all last summer. We talked about this going into last fall. We talked about it in the winter, and now here we're going to go back into the summer, and we still haven't resolved anything. I don't support postponing this. I think we need to get this done and move this forward.
The point of information, it's not a month, it's 2 weeks. So, all right. Others? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed. The motion is to postpone to the meeting of the 23rd. So on a vote of 5 to 4, the motion fails. So we will continue. In the queue,
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, can we take a quick break?
no.
Oh, okay.
You just actually failed a motion to take a break because you want to get this done, get it done.
All right, then.
Mr. Rivera,
Oh, do you want me in the queue?
you're in the queue.
I will actually just put myself back in the queue later once I get a chance to look at the calendar.
Ms. Bronga,
So the amendment that I wanted to bring forward next may be going on the safe parking spaces, the designated camping. No? Okay. Move Bronga Amendment Number 2.
Second.
motion to amend by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Volland.
I had a little tantrum and put all my stuff away. So, anyway, amendment number 2 would dovetail with the talk of having safe parking spaces. In Hillsboro, Oregon, they have created a situation where if you have a private residence and you would like to host a camper, you can register your yard. There's specific rules for it, how many feet from a fence that has to be in the backyard, 1 vehicle in the driveway, and if you are a nonprofit or a church, you could host 3 campers. You have to, through the registration process, show how you would deal with sanitation. The registry would then allow the coalition to know where that camper was. And if they move on, then it would be a good way to figure out where they are next. We need to be part of the solution in this city. As everyone has talked about, this is not right what's going on. And by having private citizens step up to take part of helping to house some of these people, it could make the summer a lot better place. I've spoken to churches that would welcome this opportunity. I've talked to individuals who feel like having the chance to make a difference in someone's life would be something that they would want to do. I know that we put a lot of roadblocks on things like this, but we are not in a position where we should not try something new. Residents could, as I said, could sponsor 1, churches, nonprofits could sponsor 3, and by adding this private camping amendment, it would help to further mitigate the large camps and unsafe camps we had last year. This city desires and encourages active participation of all concerned persons, organizations, businesses, nonprofits, and this public-private partnership could be a game changer. It would, instead of saying, no, you can't be here, it would give us the chance to say, yes, you can be here. So that is my amendment number 2.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Ms. Bronga bringing this forward in an effort to create more places that people can, I guess, legally be. If we're going to say we're going to abate from places where they cannot be, and we're using private property to that end. I guess my question would be for the Anchorage Health Department. Ms. Johnson, is this something that you see as being feasible? Is the Health Department supportive?
Through the chair to Mr. Volin, I think if we are talking about people just camping in other people's backyards, that should just be between the private citizen and the person experiencing homelessness. If you want to open your backyard, I don't think we need to involve the health department for permitting. I also don't want to get involved in HOAs and CCRs and, have someone complain and say, well, the muni allows it. Then you have squatters' rights. I would like that just to remain with private citizens and their choice for their private property.
Okay, can I follow up with the question, Mr. Chair, to Assembly Council then? Okay, Mr. Gates, we are on Bronga Amendment number 2. I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, do you see it as necessary, I guess, are churches or nonprofits or private individuals currently restricted from allowing folks to camp on their private property? That's question number 1. And then number 2, Ms. Johnson brought up the issue of squatters' rights. Do you want to comment on that? If somebody's allowed to camp on private property, can they stay there indefinitely, even if asked to leave? Thank you.
As to your first question, whether this is necessary to allow private property owners and I guess this classification of churches and nonprofits and government, well, it does have, have government agencies as well. It says government organizations also. So, but your question whether it's necessary to do this to allow them to have someone camp on their property in a tent, for example, and I think probably not necessary, but I think how many tents congregate there, what's the purpose of their camping, if they're providing services, it might become, under Title 21, one of the other defined uses, homeless transit sheltering, but they're using tents for the shelters at this site, so maybe it will be subject to those rules, but I think if it's just straightforward private property, allowing one person to set up a tent and sleep there and use their private properties, facilities, or whatever. That's between the private property owner and that person, I think. So I don't think it's absolutely like a necessity to do this, set up a permit requirement. It does sort of imply that without a permit, you're not allowed to do this. And I don't think that's the case. I would express a couple other things. I guess the second part of your question, excuse me, could you say that second part again?
Yeah, the second part was, okay, let's say a resident enters into an agreement to allow someone to camp on their private property in their backyard. The issue of squatters' rights was brought up. If the property owner asked that person to leave, is there a risk of that person being allowed to remain there indefinitely?
Yeah, for squatters' rights, I don't think that the way our landlord-tenant law is structured in Alaska and our first substantial detainer process with the court system provides that sort of same opportunity that we're seeing arise in media reports about other states dealing with the squatters' issues. But I can't say that with that certainty, and I don't think I'm really prepared or have know enough about that issue to really give you good advice about whether it sort of propagates squatters' rights or not. I did, if I could, had a couple comments on this floor amendment, though, not related to your questions, but generally.
Okay, thank you. If it's okay, if I could still have the floor. To the municipal attorney, do you sort of agree with that interpretation? Do you have any thing that you wanted to comment on?
Through the chair, if I understand the question, Ms. Johnson is suggesting potentially that if a person has a right through an agreement with a property owner to live on a piece of land, that over time there might develop some legal right to be there. I think that can be curbed with an agreement between this, if you call it a squatter, it's not the best word, but a person residing on the private property and the owner. But I can foresee that, there could be obstacles down the road. There could be miscommunications. Yes doesn't always mean yes forever. But in the end, I think that is up to the property owner. If they're open and notorious about the fact that they own the property and that they are in control of the property, I don't think it would be very likely that a squatter, to use that term, unfortunately, would be able to attain a right Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the answers from both Assembly Counsel and Municipal Attorney. I think in light of those answers, I'm not going to be supporting this amendment at this time. But I think, if there is a future need for more clarification around who's allowed to camp, how many people on private property, maybe we could take that up in a separate item. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the time for this debate has expired. Members may make a motion to extend the debate.
Point of information, is that just on the amendment?
No, it's
item
on the
or
whole question.
Okay, so I would move to extend the debate another 15, oh gosh.
The meeting is only extended for another 8 minutes.
Okay, well, I guess I'll first move to extend the meeting then until midnight, since members chose not to postpone.
So there's a
Second.
motion to extend the meeting to midnight and a second by Ms. Brawley, and I personally am going to ask my peers to vote no. This is not the time to take up all this work. We need clear heads. So, anyone else wish to speak to the motion? No, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 6-3, the motion to extend the meeting has failed. Requires 8 votes. So now, is there a motion to extend for the duration so you can talk about these amendments?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. If I may, I would like, can I just explain the motion that I'm going to make and why I'm making it?
You have
Thanks.
about 5 minutes.
I won't take nearly that long.
Right.
So I'm going to make a motion to extend our meeting to 11:30 with the hopes of doing 2 things. Of completing item 14B. I'm not sure if there's another absolutely must-pass item that we have on our agenda or not. Leadership would know better than I. So completing whatever other must-pass items that we have, and then seeing if we can settle on a date for a special meeting for this item. Those are the 3 things I would like to achieve in the next 15 minutes if we can move quickly.
So then I would also ask that you reconsider the vote on, I don't know, Mr. Gates, how do we do this? Reconsider the vote on laying the item, introducing the ordinance that was introduced for the meeting of, I don't know how we do that.
Yeah, I
next
have
week.
actually emailed Mr. Gates just to see if that's something that we can do.
Because we're still in the same session, we should be able to do that. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to give myself a little bit more time. So I'm going to go ahead and move to extend the meeting to 11:40.
Second.
There's a motion to extend to 11:40. Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7-2, that motion has failed. I would be satisfied with your motion to, hold on, 11:30.
Fine, I will make a motion to extend to 11:30.
Second.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. Seconded, moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any objection? I guess members may proceed to vote. Go ahead. Mr. Rivera, you have the floor on a vote of 9-0.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14B, which is a very timely item.
Motion to change the order of the day by Mr. Rivera. Is there a second? I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, I will just urge support.
Wait, I should actually read the item, shouldn't I? So, and it's a public
Point of
hearing.
information.
It's a public hearing. So, item 14B, AR 2024-100, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reappropriating $1,301,050 $567. I did. It came up 9-0. Vote to continue to. So we have a public hearing coming up now, item 14B, AR 2024-100, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reappropriating $1,301,563.82, previously appropriated for use specific emergency cold weather sheltering costs of the Alcohol Beverage Retail Sales Tax Fund 206000, and reappropriating $111,000 previously appropriated for emergency cold weather sheltering costs within the area-wide General Fund 101 to the Anchorage Health Department for emergency sheltering. We also have 14B1, which is the S version. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by
Second.
Ms. Brawley. Is it the S version?
Yes, sorry, move to approve the S version.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just speak very briefly to this. This extends the funding or appropriates the funding to allow for extension of cold weather shelter to May 31st, so I urge your support. And the reason there is an S version is we had to correct some technical errors and make sure that we had the amount that we're appropriating correct. But the S version has made those corrections, so I urge your support.
Anyone else? On this item, I would note that Ms. Zalatal had previously been identified as having a conflict in this area, so we are going to just put in the record that she is excused from this vote. And this is one more item in which I am going to thank Ms. Brawley and Mr. Rivera for doing the work of the administration in finding funding instead of receiving a proposal from the administration that we approve or amend. You had to go out and do this work, which is the standard at the municipality at this time. I'm very grateful for your work. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-1, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-100S has passed the body. We're now back on item 10B3. 10B3 is a numbered AR resolution of the Municipal Assembly extending an agreement between Solid Waste Services and Anchorage Health Department for the use of the former Solid Waste Services Administrative Building located at 1111 East 56th Avenue to be used for the Anchorage Health Department for congregate shelter. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. By Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, unnumbered AR has passed the body. Item 10B3. Next we have item 10C2. 10C2, Anchorage Assembly Memorandum AM 290-2024, Amendment Number 2 with Henning, Inc. for congregate sheltering operational services for the municipality of Anchorage Health Department. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the item? I'm hearing and seeing none. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Brawley.
On a vote of 8-1, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 290-2024 has passed the body. I think that brings us back on the agenda to, I would like to ask a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 15A quickly.
So moved.
Second.
All right, is there any objection? I'm hearing and seeing none. Item 15A, public hearing on this item is now open. This is an alcohol-related item for the youth member. We do have a couple other items, but item 15A, Resolution AR 2024-123, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store with license number 15004 and a restaurant eating place with license number 15008 for King Street Brewing LLC, DBA King Street Brewing. Can I get a waive reading?
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome back. Please, if you want to speak, the public hearing is now open. The microphone is off, so green button. All right, you have 3 minutes. Up. Turn it on. Nope, till the light's on. The green button. There you go.
There, thank you. Dana Walukowicz, I'm co-owner of King Street Brewing Company. We currently have a brewery and winery license. We've been operating in this location since 2018. I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the Assembly that we actually already have a special land use permit. It kind of shocked me that we had to get another one. We actually do all the uses currently at the location, so we have on-site beer sales for consumption on-site. We also do sales for off-site. We currently operate a kitchen there. What we've applied for is what's called a restaurant eating place license, which just allows us to stay open an extra hour later. And in addition, because we have some tourists that come in and want to buy growlers, after the hours our brewery license is closed, we went ahead and applied for a package store license as well. I did bring this kind of issue to the attention of Member Brawley. Previously, we've worked together on another capacity. I sit as the chairman of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board, and with the change in the law, you're going to see a lot of license holders obtain new license types that are similar but allow them a little bit extra privileges. And so it was just kind of shocking that I actually had to pay an extra $4,720 for a special land use permit when we've already got one on the record. It's already recorded in the state records and stuff like that. So I kind of question the even use or need for an additional land use permit when we did that 4 years ago when we built the building. And in fact, the old Assembly Code under Title 2103-040A actually said that no modification of an existing special land use permit for alcohol shall be required for the first duplicate alcohol license, provided that there's no increase in the square footage of the premise licensed for retail sale or dispensing of alcohol beverages. Somehow that code piece got dropped when there was a rewrite of the ordinances for Title 21 under the municipal code. So I would just ask that if there's any way you guys can waive the fees on that, it would be much appreciated. We're still a small business. I'm still trying to hire people to work a kitchen and stuff like that, and every dollar counts. Thank you.
All right, thank
If you have
you.
any questions.
All right, I don't see any. All right, anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, just to say, because I remember this was a special land use permit, I do recall now that Mr. Walukowicz had emailed me, but I don't believe I responded, and I was not thinking that that would be potentially ex parte communication, so I just want to put that on the record, that we did not.
Just of note that with alcohol licensing issues, I believe ex parte is allowed, but you should check with council.
And then just to state very briefly, to clarify about duplicate licenses, those are actually duplicate beverage dispensary licenses. And so my understanding is that the old code did not mean additional licenses at the same premises. It was a specific type of license. That said, I think this is an interesting issue that we should consider in the future. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. So on a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-123 has passed the body. And I would like to ask unanimous consent that we extend the meeting for 5 more minutes. Any objection? I'm hearing no objection, so we're extended to 11:35. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate everyone's indulgence on this. I really do think, and I think generally we agreed that we need more time. So my proposition is that we set a special meeting for next, breathe, sigh, for next Wednesday, April 17th at 5 p.m. at the Assembly Chambers. There would be 2 items on the agenda. One, we would need to move to reconsider introduction of item 10G15, which we introduced that today and set it for a public hearing on April 23rd. And we need to set that for a public hearing for the special meeting. And then we need to move to send item 13B to that special meeting. So that is my proposition to the body.
So I would ask you to make a motion.
Okay, then I go ahead and move to postpone action on item 13B to a special meeting of Wednesday, April 17th at 5 p.m.
So there's a motion
Second.
to continue this item to the meeting that Mr. Rivera likes scheduled on the 17th at 5 p.m. in the chambers if it's available. It's seconded by Mr. Salt, I believe. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Any discussion? Mr. Volland.
Thank you. So 3 assembly members are currently scheduled to present on legislation to the Federation of Community Councils on that day.
So Tuesday is probably the proper night.
I just need to look to Mr. Gates because I know the numbers thing. Is Tuesday okay, Mr.
Wait,
Gates?
the public hearing can't be Tuesday. It can't be before Wednesday.
Yeah, that's what I think. Too.
Yeah, it can't be before Wednesday. So later, possibly Thursday. I don't know what the schedule looks like for folks.
I mean, I don't see any assembly meetings on the calendar. We obviously have more than that going on. I'm fine with Thursday then. Thursday, April 18th, 5 p.m. here. If the secretary is okay with amending the motion. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so there's a motion to continue item 13B to a special meeting on Thursday, April 18th. And it's been moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Schultz. Is there any discussion? Mr. Gates, you're in the queue. Is there any discussion? Anyone else? Yes, you're in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I understood from the discussion that an intent was for me to work the laid on the table ordinance that I emailed out, but that's not been introduced, to work on incorporating that in an S1 for the item 13B. I do have a main concern, though. Didn't we close the public hearing on 13B? And that these changes, I think, don't really match well with the title here in AU 2024-26S. We need the title change, and I guess then introducing it, I can...
So if I may...
I think it would be a lot cleaner if we introduced this and had it there as a third item for the special meeting.
So procedurally, Assembly Council is suggesting that we just introduce the item, the
That's
laid on the
fine.
table item, and set it for that meeting.
Same meeting.
So
Yep. All one time. That's the
all
goal.
at one time. Okay.
Get it done.
Then can we dispose of this motion then first? Okay.
Any discussion on the motion to continue the item to 13B? I'm seeing and hearing none. Ms. Brawley.
I was just going to say, so we're not taking up first quarter budget revisions on the 23rd, so I just want to also still offer that as an option, understanding it's desired to be done sooner, but that is still a realistic option as far as time. Thanks.
And that motion failed, so we can't go back to that motion as much as I think it was the wise path. So any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Members may proceed to vote. The motion is continued to the meeting of the 18th. On a vote of 9-0, this item has been continued. Item 13B has been continued to a special meeting of the Assembly scheduled at 5 p.m. here on the 23rd. Next, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. 2 more motions. Move to introduce a laid on the table item AO number 2024XX, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 16.120 to provide for inclusion in the municipality's emergency shelter plan for homeless persons, approve designated safe parking areas that allow the use of vehicles for temporary living quarters and related matters. Move to introduce that and set it for a public hearing at the special meeting of Thursday, April 18th.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Volland. Who was the third?
Brawley.
Ms. Brawley. Okay, thank you. So that item is set now, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. And I move to reconsider the item 10G15. That one was set for a public hearing on April 23rd. So first motion is to reconsider it yes on that, and then we will set that for a public hearing at the special meeting on Thursday, April 18th.
So there was a motion made to reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing seen none. Members may proceed to vote. The motion is to reconsider and the sponsor urges a yes vote. Mr. Volland. On a vote of 9-0, this item has been reconsidered. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. I move to introduce and set for a public hearing at the special meeting of April 18th.
Second.
Which item?
Thank you. Unnumbered AO 2024, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 8.30 to enact a new Section 8.30.123, establishing criminal penalties and enforcement mechanisms regarding prohibited camping within the municipality of Anchorage in accord with law and conforming amendment to Section 8.05.025.
Good enough. So there is a motion to set the public hearing at the meeting of the 23rd by Mr. Rivera. Who was the second? Ms. Brawley, who's the third?
Me, second, third,
Mr.
Volland.
Okay, so that item has now been set for that special meeting on it's not the 23rd, I misstated that, it's the 18th. So just to recap what just happened, we have introduced and set for public hearing a new ordinance relating to camping in vehicles. We have just continued the item, or the public hearing is closed, so we didn't reopen the public hearing. We just continued the item to postpone the item 13B to the meeting of the 18th, and we also reconsidered and then reintroduced the item that was made by the administration earlier today for the same meeting on the 18th. So does that clarify everything for everybody? Now, there is still a Rules Committee on Thursday for folks to sort out who is doing what. It would be a nightmare of Groundhog Day to come into the room at that special meeting and find ourselves no further along the path than we are today. And with that, there are 2 minutes left in our agenda. We can do one person for audience participation. Ms. Quino, welcome. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name, what part of agenda.
Irene Quidno, Sand Lake. So today I heard you say that you're bound by your duty to act in the public's best interest to determine if a document is public or not. What happened? May I remind you that this body and the clerk who is under your jurisdiction have refused and severely delayed public records requests of documents that do not have a confidentiality clause. And yet, where was being bound to duty then? Instructing the clerk to release the documents and speeding this up. And one of the things that fall into that is the Tom Scone scandal. Not only did you not release the documents, you went into executive session so that you didn't have to make them public. And then on top of that, usually the documents get released and made public, I think, after 5 years or 10 years, and you voted to never make them public. So do not sit there and say that you're bound by your duty to ensure that the public can see the documents, because you certainly didn't do it then. And then, since I still have 43 seconds, in regards to the bond and commissions, the appointments, except 2, were on the consent agenda. All you would have had to do was to confirm them, was to include them in the consent agenda, so that doesn't take very long. You can review boards without keeping seats open. You could have approved these people and still reviewed the boards. Then it was implied that 3 years ago it started that people applied and were not brought forward. How about the people that were not confirmed because of for political reasons? That also started 3 years ago when AQD was the unelected mayor. And then in regards to priorities...
I'm sorry, your time has expired. This meeting adjourned.